Some do, some don't, but most of them do.
Thank you.
So this is Mr. Nelson Manuel Vega Rodriguez, 2020 CF 9575.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
Want to find anything between?
Sure.
Okay.
No
rush.
Are you connected, Mr. Interpreter?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Good morning, sir. Your case is 2020 CF 9575. You were charged or arrested rather for aggravated assault with a weapon, battery, domestic violence, resisting officer without violence. I have reviewed the arrest affidavit. I do find probable cause. I do appoint the public defender. All right, Mr. Nguyen, do you wish to be heard with regard to bond?
Your Honor, with regards to bond, we'd just be asking for bond to be set in accordance with the.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
We'd just be asked for bond to be set in accordance with the bond with the bond structure.
Okay. Mr. Vega Rodriguez is a violent felony offender of special concern, and he's on active probation in an Osceola case, it looks like. So he will be on hold for 5 days because of that detainer. In the domestic violence case, I'm going to set bond at $5,000 on count 1, $1,000 on count 2, $500 on count 3. Special conditions of the bond are no contact with the alleged victim, no return to the residence of the alleged victim, maintain a separate residence from the alleged victim. If he has personal items at the residence, I will allow him to go with law enforcement one time to obtain those personal effects. I'm also going to order that he surrender all weapons and firearms immediately upon release, and consume no drugs or alcohol. Okay? Thank you, sir. All right, our next one will be Mr. Augustin de la Cruz Hernandez. Mr. Interpreter, this is case number 2020. Well, that's agency case number. The court case number is 2020 MM 5797.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. De La Cruz Hernandez, you've been arrested for battery, domestic violence. I have reviewed the arrest affidavit. I do find probable cause, and I do appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. Do you wish to be heard, Mr. Nguyen, with regard to bond?
Your Honor, we just same request. We just ask that bond be set in accordance with the normal bond schedule.
All right, I'm going to set bond at State, do you have any input on bond?
Just the same request, Your Honor, in line with the bond schedule.
All right, I'm going to set bond at $1,000. I'm going to order no contact with the alleged victim. Sir, no contact means no face-to-face contact, no contact by telephone, no contact by email, text message, social media, or through other people. I'm going to order that you maintain a separate residence. If you have any personal effects at the victim's residence, you can go there one time with law enforcement to obtain your personal effects, but you must be with law enforcement when you go. All right, I'm going to, that's all I'm going to order on that one.
He has an immigration detainer, Your Honor.
Was that on the cover sheet? All right, sir, I'm also told that you have an immigration detainer. So you'll be detained pending the pending resolution of that.
Ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am. This is case number, Mr. Interpreter, 2020 MM 5783. This is Paula Diaz Moreno. All right, ma'am, you were charged with battery, domestic violence. I've reviewed the arrest affidavit. I do find probable cause. We will appoint the office of the public defender to represent you. Is there anyone here to testify?
No, Your Honor.
She qualifies for pretrial release, Your Honor.
Right. Mr. Nguyen, do you have any indication of the current status of the relationship between the alleged victim and Ms. Diaz Moreno?
Your Honor, the only thing that I have is what's in the affidavit, and I believe the officer, he charged it as a domestic violence incident. I'm unable to pull the affidavit up.
It's his wife.
Right, it's his wife, but
We're saying, is your concern her returning to the residence? It's going to be a no contact order?
right, because he's not here apparently, and I don't know the circumstances. So, all right. So Ms. Diaz Moreno qualifies for PTR. I'm going to order PTR. Ma'am, I'm going to order that until further order of the judge assigned to hear your case, you're to have no contact with the alleged victim. That means you can't talk to him by telephone, you can't email, you can't text message, you can't communicate through social media or through other people. It also means you must live in a separate residence until this is resolved. If you have personal effects you need from your home, you may return one time with law enforcement, but you must go with law enforcement to get your personal effects. If you have any questions about those conditions or wish to move to have those conditions modified, contact the public defender's office right away, because that's who I've appointed to represent you.
Here's an 8-year-old, Your Honor. Did you want to address arrangements for a third party for the children?
So, well, I don't know who it would be, but child custody issues, visitation issues must be coordinated with a third person. I will allow contact with the alleged victim through that third person for purposes of child care issues. Okay. Anything further, Mr. Nguyen?
I have nothing, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. All right, sir, Mr. Interpreter is Pedro Enrique Gomez Rangel, 2020 MM 5790. Sir, you were charged with battery, domestic violence. I reviewed the arrest affidavit. I do find probable cause. I appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. Is there anyone, okay, we have a victim here to, alleged victim here to testify. Ma'am, can you hear us?
Hello.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Does the victim need the interpreter as well?
Well, I'm not sure. I can't hear her.
I'm
She
sorry.
does. They're
Disculpe.
nodding. She does.
Okay, Your Honor. I will then switch to consecutive for the victim.
Perfect.
Can you raise your right hand, please?
Levante la mano derecha, por favor.
Do you,
Heather, is that her right? Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, so help you God?
Jura, promete que el testimonio que rendirá será la verdad y solo la verdad. ¿Lo jura ante Dios?
La verdad.
Yes, the truth.
Please state your name for the record.
Diga su nombre, por favor.
Erika Patricia Segura Martinelli.
Erika Patricia Segura Martínez.
Martinelli.
Martínez.
Disculpe.
Okay. Ma'am, you may put your hand down now.
¿Puede bajar la mano, señora?
We're having a very difficult time hearing you,
Se nos está haciendo un poco difícil escucharle.
so I need you to speak directly into that microphone.
Le voy a pedir, por favor, que hable directamente al micrófono.
Está bien.
Your Honor, could she temporarily remove her mask while she's in the enclosed booth and then put it back on before she exits?
Well, Mr. Interpreter, are you able to hear her?
I can hear her, Your Honor, not as loud as the other parties, but I can hear her.
Okay, ma'am, why don't you take off your mask while you're
Señora,
testifying and speak into the microphone?
Puede removerse la máscara mientras está testificando por ahora y hable directamente al micrófono.
And please speak from your diaphragm so that it's loud.
Y hable desde el diafragma para que sea más alto.
Okay, Ms. Fusco.
Hello, ma'am.
Hola, señora.
Hola.
Hello.
Hola. Aló.
Did you want contact with Pedro?
¿Desea tener contacto con Pedro?
Perdón.
I'm sorry.
Let me ask you, what's your relationship to Pedro?
Déjeme preguntarle, ¿cuál es su parentesco o relación con Pedro?
Él es mi esposo.
He's my husband.
How long have you been
El papá
married?
de mis niños.
¿Hace cuánto están casados?
Hace 12 años
12 years.
o 14 años.
Do you want to continue to have contact with him at this time?
¿Desea seguir teniendo contacto con él en este momento?
Sí, sí.
Yes.
De verdad que lo necesito.
Yes, I need him.
Estoy arrepentida de él, no sé lo que dije, no sé qué pasó, qué fue lo que causó esto, porque yo tomo pastillas para la depresión y la ansiedad.
I
Entonces
regret what
puede haber sido que eso me hizo imaginar o
señora,
alucinar.
señora, espéreme, tiene que dar tiempo a interpretar, por
Oh,
favor.
disculpe.
I regret what happened, I regret what I said, I don't remember what happened. I take medication for depression and anxiety.
Your Honor, without putting the facts in the affidavit on the record due to the fairly extreme facts that are on the affidavit, I would ask no contact.
Su señoría, dados los hechos que constan en el affidavit de arresto sin mencionar esos hechos para que consten en actas, la Fiscalía quisiera pedir que se emita una prohibición de contacto en este momento.
Mr. Nguyen, do you have any questions you want to ask?
Your Honor, I have no questions.
Licenciado defensor,
No
¿tiene alguna
entendí.
pregunta? No tengo preguntas para la víctima, su señoría, en este momento.
Okay. Ma'am, I have a question for you. You said that you need Mr. Gomez Rangel. What did you mean?
Señora, tengo una pregunta para usted. Usted dijo que necesita del señor Gómez Rango. ¿A qué se refiere?
Porque es mi esposo, es mi apoyo, él es el que trabaja, que está con los niños, está conmigo.
Because he's
Y
my husband,
es
he's
la
my
persona que tengo.
Señora,
este,
tiene que esperar a que yo termine de interpretar una parte para después hablar la siguiente. No podemos hablar los dos a la vez. ¿Bien?
Está bien, disculpe.
Gracias. Because he's my husband, he's my support, he's the father of my children, he's the one that works and supports the household.
Has DCF been involved with your children as a result of this?
El departamento de niños ha tenido que intervenir debido a este caso. Se ha involucrado. El departamento de niños y familia.
Sí, fueron a la casa.
Yes,
Estuvieron hablando conmigo y con los niños.
Yes, they came to the house. They spoke to me and to the children.
And have they started a case or given you any kind of plan?
¿Y ellos han iniciado un caso o le han dado algún tipo de información?
Me dijo que estaba a la orden, que me dio unas tarjetas, si podía necesitar ayuda, me dijo que llamara.
They told me that they were available if I needed some type of help to call. They gave me a business card.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Anybody
Bien,
have
gracias,
any
señor.
questions based on my questions?
¿Alguien más tiene alguna pregunta basada en mis preguntas?
Nothing further, Your Honor, but we would also ask that at least temporarily no contact with the children until that could all be sorted out.
Nada más, su señoría, pero la fiscalía quisiera pedir por lo menos provisionalmente que también se le prohíba el contacto con los menores hasta que se haya resuelto todo.
If I could briefly just follow up, Your Honor.
Sure, go ahead.
Ma'am, do you guys rent or own your home?
Señora, ¿ustedes son dueños o rentan la casa en donde viven?
Esta renta,
We rented.
Okay, and without the presence of Mr. Gomer's Angel, would you guys be able to afford your rent?
Y sin la presencia del señor Gómez, ¿ustedes pudieran costearse la renta de la casa?
no.
No,
No further questions, Your Honor.
no tengo más preguntas.
All right. It's a difficult case. The allegations in the arrest affidavit are extreme.
Es
However-
un caso un poco complicado, dada la severidad de las acusaciones y de los hechos en la affidavit de arresto.
Your Honor, if I could add one last thing, is that I think that in regard to the support, the financial support, that may be part of the reason we're in this situation.
Su señoría, si se me permite decir algo más, creo que el asunto de las finanzas es una de las razones por las que estamos aquí en este enredo.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Sí, estoy al tanto.
All right, so I think I've already said I find probable cause. I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender. He does qualify for pretrial release, and so I am going to grant pretrial release.
Bien, ya yo había determinado que existen indicios de criminalidad y que se le ha designado al defensor público para que lo represente. Él reúne los requisitos para la libertad provisional, por lo que se le emitirá la libertad provisional.
Ay, gracias.
As conditions of pretrial release, however, go ahead, Mr. Interpreter, I'm sorry.
Como condiciones de la libertad provisional,
Mr. Gomez Rangel will surrender all weapons and firearms immediately upon his release.
el señor Gómez deberá entregar a las autoridades todas las armas en cuanto quede en libertad.
He is to have no contact with the alleged victim or his children.
Se le prohíbe en este momento el contacto con la víctima o con los menores.
He is to maintain a separate residence.
Debe buscarse otro paradero.
He may return to the residence one time with law enforcement only to obtain personal effects.
Se le permite regresar a la casa una sola vez junto a las autoridades para recoger sus pertenencias.
He is to comply with all Department of Children and Families safety plans or case plans if there are any.
Debe cumplir con las condiciones del plan de caso del Departamento de Niños y Familias si es que existe uno.
And he may not use any drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription.
Cero alcohol y cero drogas a menos que sean recetadas.
Sir, I've appointed the public defender to represent you. If you wish to try to have any of those conditions modified, you may file a motion to be heard in front of the judge who's assigned to hear your case.
Señor, se le ha designado defensor público para que lo represente. Si usted desea cambiar o modificar alguna de las condiciones que yo he emitido, lo puede hacer a través de un pedimento con el juez que ha sido designado a su caso.
Okay, thank you.
Gracias.
Ay, disculpe, ¿y por qué lo detienen si yo estoy diciendo que yo estoy imaginando eso, que yo tenía unas pastillas en la cabeza, no sabía lo que decía?
I'm sorry, why is he being detained if I just said that I imagined things and I was taking medication, so I didn't know exactly what was going on?
Ma'am, I cannot have that discussion with you. That's not the purpose today. There is the state attorney's office has a liaison that you can speak to about your case. And I would
Señora-
suggest you talk to them about it.
No se me permite tener esa conversación con usted respecto al caso en este momento. La oficina del abogado fiscal tiene representantes con los que usted puede comunicarse para que le aclaren y le expliquen todo sobre el caso.
In Your Honor, I
Yes,
think
ma'am.
he
Yes,
was released via PTR, so I don't think he's being detained.
Right.
Y su señoría, para aclarar, a él se le ha otorgado la libertad provisional, así que él no quedará detenido.
Ma'am, what I will say though is I've ordered that he have no contact with you.
Pero le diré, señora, lo que yo sí he ordenado es que él no puede tener ningún tipo de contacto con usted,
And he is to have no contact with your children.
ni con los niños.
No contact means face to face.
Cero contacto significa nada de contacto en persona.
It also means no contact by telephone or text message.
Ni por teléfono o mensaje de texto,
No contact by social media or through other people.
ni a través de las redes sociales, ni a través de terceros.
If he violates that, his release could be revoked and he could be detained.
Si él incumple con esas condiciones, eso conllevaría un incumplimiento de los términos de la libertad provisional y él volvería a ser arrestado.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Gracias.
If I could do one last thing, Your Honor, we have a victim's sheet that we do not unfortunately have translated to Spanish, so I'm just going to, if you could have the Spanish interpreter to ask her to take this and see if someone could translate it for her.
Okay, we
It
can do
has
that.
information.
Su señoría, tenemos acá una hoja con información para las víctimas. Lamentablemente está en inglés, pero si le pudiéramos pedir a ella que se la lleve y si puede que alguien se la lea para que le explique lo que indica esta hoja.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Gracias, señora.
All right, our next case is going to be Maria Pena Napoles. Good morning, ma'am. This is
Good morning.
This is case number 2020 MM667 AW. Ma'am, you were arrested for battery, domestic violence. I reviewed the arrest affidavit. And find that there is probable cause. I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You do qualify for pretrial release, so I am going to grant pretrial release. Do we have the alleged victim here with us?
No, Your Honor.
All right, because the alleged victim is not here with us, I'm going to order as conditions of pretrial release, no contact. I will allow you to return to your home one time to obtain personal effects. You'll have to go with law enforcement to do that. Any child care issues will have to be arranged through a third party, so I will allow contact through a third party for child care purposes only. Otherwise, no contact means no in-person contact, no telephone or text message contact, no social media contact or through third parties, other than except for your children. You can move to have those conditions modified, but your attorney will have to file that in front of the judge assigned to hear your case. So you should contact the public defender's office as soon as possible, ma'am. Okay? Thank you. All right, and then we have Eric Martinez Marquez. All right, good morning, sir. We have three things for you. First, we have 2020 CF 7026. In that case, Mr. Marquez has been arrested for fleeing, attempting to elude a police officer, and aggravated battery on a law enforcement officer with a motor vehicle. I've reviewed the affidavit. I find probable cause, and I appoint the public defender to represent him. Sir, the bonds on that case are $2,500 on count 1 and $5,000 on count 2. Then in case number 2020 CF 9568, you were arrested for grand theft, third degree of a motor vehicle. Your bond in that case is $1,000. You're also out on bond for burglary of a dwelling, theft, and resisting an officer without violence in 2020 CF 7026. I'm going to revoke that bond. You set your bond at 0. You'll need to contact your attorney about trying to file a motion in front of the judge assigned to hear that case regarding bond on that matter. Okay?
Can I ask something?
Yes.
Diga. So do I have a bond?
You have a bond on your new cases. You do not have a bond on your prior case.
So if I post the bond, am I able to get out?
No. Because you have no bond on the case, you were out on bond. That's been revoked. You have to get back in front of the judge assigned to that case. Okay, you asked me a question?
Bond is appointed on the Allen Bond case as well.
What was the add-on bond?
Allen Bond case, the one you revoked.
Oh,
You want me to put the on it? He did not follow that.
oh, he did not have the public defender on that case?
No.
Does he have a private attorney?
He had a private attorney?
I didn't see anybody.
Sir, in the burglary of a dwelling case on 2020 CF 7026, do you have a lawyer?
He has no attorney. He bonded out before I.
Right now, no.
Okay, I'll appoint the public defender on that case as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I have a question. Can you? I have a question. Can you check if there's anything that can be done regards to the bond? I need to get out and take care of my child.
I can't help you with that.
I got a daughter.
You-
I'm the only one who pay rent. So please, I'm sorry for everything, bro. I need to get out from the daughter and be there.
Sir, I understand you're frustrated, but there's nothing I can do about it. The bond is revoked on that one. Okay, we're done. Thank you.
I'm not
He said
frustrated.
he's done. He's done. Whatever.
All right, the next case. All right, this is Numas Anibal Pineda Reyes.
He bonded, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
He bonded.
Oh, he bonded, okay.
This is Hector Torres. He was an add-on status.
Hector Torres, okay? Okay, Mr. Torres, you were arrested for carrying a concealed firearm. I reviewed the affidavit of arrest. I do find probable cause. I appoint the public defender to represent you. Your bond is $2,500 on that case, with the special condition that you possess no weapons or firearms. You're out on bond in case number, well, and for the record, the case that I just announced, carrying a concealed firearm, is 2020 CF 9556. You're out on bond also in 2020 CF 8134. That bond will be revoked. You'll be held on no bond. You'll need to get with your, he doesn't have
an
it.
attorney on it.
So we'll appoint the public defender on that case as well. And you'll need to get in touch with the public defender to see if they can get you back in front of the judge assigned to that case so that you can try to get a new bond.
So I don't have a bond.
You have a bond on your new case, but when there's probable cause for the new case, it causes a revocation of the bond in the prior case. So you do not have a bond in 2020 CF 8134. The public defender is appointed to represent you, sir. I'm sorry?
I need some more water.
Oh.
I'm sorry. That's okay.
All right, and then we have Mr. Peter Stephen Kennedy. This is case number 2020 CF 9491. I have a question about this case. So the arrest affidavit alleges sex offender violation, failure to register as required, and sets a bond for $2,500, although there is a detainer. Because of Mr. Kennedy's status, but the warrant also mentions an out-of-state warrant, but I don't see any other information about that. Can anyone supplement that?
Your Honor, on the detainer, due to his status, it's required that corrections set a detainer for first appearance, as he has to be notified that he's required to update his information with local law enforcement and the DMV, including his time here. That has to be updated. As to the warrant, I can look that up for you.
Yeah, I'm wondering about that. So, sir, you do have to update your address, including your time here with the with law enforcement and also with the DMV.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. But I want to get to the bottom of this out-of-state warrant because because it says no bond on the affidavit.
Bear with me, Judge. I'm looking it up for you.
Sure. I don't have an affidavit, but there's in the middle of it, it says there is one.
Those usually, the out-of-state ones don't usually make the process because they're in-state compact. So they call up those cases once a week, and that case should be on the docket. I'm not 100% sure, but we don't hear those at IAs.
But is he held on no bond on that? Yeah, that's what I need to figure out.
Does the other state have a period of time to pick him up on the?
I don't have any information about it.
Your Honor, do you know what state it's out of? Do we have
Michigan,
any
I believe.
information on that?
No, it just says out-of-state arrest warrant, book as fugitive from justice, section 941.14 Florida statutes and JIT 941.02, no bond.
Your Honor, when I run him through FCIC, NCIC, I do not see any out-of-state outstanding warrants.
Okay, so they're telling me, sir, they don't see any out-of-state outstanding warrants, so I'm not going to pass on that. It sounds like you'll be able to post your bond of $2,500 on this new charge that you're arrested for. I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. And now, is he on active probation felony? Because I see a reference to that on the face sheet.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that also why he's on an active detainer for first appearance?
Your Honor, the detainer was only for the, his reporting requirements to be explained to him.
All right, let me take a look real quick at that probation case.
I'm sorry to interrupt Your Honor in the middle of the hearing, but will there be any other Spanish cases that the interpreter we needed for?
Mr. Interpreter, I apologize. I think we're done.
No, don't worry, Your Honor. I just wanted to ask also if you want me to. I can't see the people that are there to testify, any witnesses, but would you like for me to ask if there are any that need the Spanish interpreter for any other case in which they are the victim?
We could. We don't have many people out there. Could you all ask if anyone needs an interpreter?
Sure thing. A las personas que están en el público para testificar, ¿alguien necesita el intérprete de español? Si es así, levanta la mano, por favor.
Anybody raising their hand?
I don't see. I can only see the head, top of a head. It's. Do you have the case number that the probation is for? Looks like it'd be 2017 something.
Let me get that for you, Judge.
So I don't think we have anyone, Mr. Interpreter, who needs any assistance.
Okay. Not a problem, Your Honor. Then enjoy the rest of your Sunday.
Thank you. You do the same.
Thank you.
You don't? Because she mentioned there was.
Judge, I have that case number for you when you're ready.
Okay, sure.
2017 CF 012790AO.
12790. So the plea in that case was on 12/20 of 2017.
Also, Judge, it looks like 2017 CF 013081AO is listed as well.
13810.
13081, Judge.
13081.
Your Honor,
Yes.
you stated that earlier it was a Michigan warrant, is that correct?
Yes.
I believe maybe where Michigan came into the picture was the original offense originated out of Michigan.
Right.
And then he failed to register here.
Okay. So he was placed on 3 years probation in case number 12790. There was an allegation of violation, and then that was dismissed, I believe. He was reinstated to probation on April 20th of 2018. All right, and then in (2017) CF 1. State, does Mr. Kennedy qualify as a violent felony offender of special concern?
I'm not sure, Your Honor. It's not noted on his first appearance. It usually is if he does.
So in 2017 CF 13081, Mr. Kennedy received a withhold 24 months of supervised probation. And that was on May 11th of 2018. So that term of probation has expired, I believe. I don't see anything in there extending it. Can you give me that original case number 129, the 2017? 12790, there it is. Take a look at one more thing. I don't see anything off the top, quick glance that shows that Mr. Kennedy is a violent felony offender of special concern. I'm not going to revoke release on that. I'm not going to do an in view, in other words. Mr. Kennedy, I'm going to order that you report, though, to probation within 24 hours of your release. That means you'll have to do it tomorrow. All right? So I've appointed the public defender on the new case, found probable cause, $2,500 bond, and we're ordering you to report to probation tomorrow in case number 2017 CF 12790.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, and then that brings us to Sadia Morone.
Behavior, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
It's behavior.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, ma'am, you were arrested for failure to appear.
No,
I'm sorry?
she's not attending court. She was taken back for behavior.
Oh, okay. So does that need to be reset?
It's up to the public defender's office. The public defender was previously appointed.
Are you waiving her appearance, Mr. Nguyen?
Your Honor, on this, I think the underlying case is a trespass, criminal mischief. I think she might have an opportunity to resolve at initial appearance, so I wouldn't be waiving today.
Okay, so we'll reset it. There is a capias with a $2,000 bond. All right, are you Ms. Brunson?
Mr. Brunson.
Mr. Brunson, I'm sorry. I wasn't looking at your first name. There you go. Mr. Brunson, you were arrested for trespass, other than a structure or conveyance, 3 counts.
Yes, sir.
I reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause, and I am appointing the public defender to represent you, sir. Your bond is $500 on count 1 and $100 each on count 2 and 3. And then, Mr. Nguyen, is there anything further we need to do on Mr. Brunson's case?
Your Honor, would the state have an offer for Mr. Brunson to resolve the 3 trespasses this afternoon?
Adjudication of guilt, 5 days with 2 days credit time served, court cost, no return to the scene of the trespasses.
Would Mr. Brunson want to accept that offer?
All right, Mr. Brunson, are you interested in accepting that offer?
Could you say that again, sir? You said 5
Yeah.
days?
So they are making you an offer where you would plead no contest. The court would find you guilty. It would be a sentence of 5 days in jail with 2 days credit for time served, and then you would have court costs and cost of prosecution, and no return to 2699 Delaney Avenue and the 7-Eleven next to it.
Right. So I would have to most definitely pay before I get out.
I'm sorry?
I would most definitely have to pay a payment before I get out.
You would have to bond out, it's a $700 bond. I don't know what the bondsman would charge you for that.
Would you be able to do withhold on that? He doesn't have any history.
Oh, how long do you have to pay the court costs? Is that what you asked?
Right.
2 years.
Huh? You
You
said
have
the
2 years to pay the
That's an
court
out-of-state.
costs.
Okay. But listen, I wanted to talk to you though. Judge, you don't mind?
Okay, I tell you what, you guys, we're not gonna, no, I can't talk to you, sir, and we're not gonna delay this. That's the bond. And public defender can get it resolved in front of the judge assigned to hear the case, I'm sure. Okay, thanks, Mr. Brunson. All right, Robert Arsh.
Yes, Robert R.C., Judge.
Marcy?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sir, you were charged, or not charged, you were arrested for alcoholic beverage open containers. I reviewed the affidavit, I find probable cause, I appoint the public defender to represent you. Does the state have an offer for Mr. Arce?
Yes, Your Honor. Adjudication of guilt, 2 days with 2 days credit time served, court costs.
All right, did you hear that, Mr. Arce?
Yes, Your Honor. I agree, I plead no contest.
Okay, so before you do that, raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you, sir. State your name and your birthday.
Robert R.C., 11/10/1969.
Are you under the influence today of any prescription medications, illegal drugs, or alcohol?
No, Your Honor.
Do you understand the charge that's been brought against you?
Yes, I do.
Do you understand, sir, that you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent, to have a lawyer appointed to help you in a trial, to have a jury trial, to require the state to prove its case? You're also giving up the right to confront witnesses, to present your own defenses, and you have full appeal rights that you're giving up. Do you understand all that?
Yes, I completely understand.
All right. And has anyone forced, threatened, or coerced you to make you enter this plea?
No, sir.
Are you entering the plea voluntarily of your own free will?
Yes, on my own free will.
Excellent. You understand if you're not a U.S. citizen, entry of this plea will result in deportation.
Yes, I am a U.S. citizen.
Okay, well, I can't ask you that. All I can ask is if you understand what happens if you're not. All right, sir, to the charge of alcoholic beverage open container, how do you plea?
I plead no contest.
And are you entering that plea because you believe it's in your best interest to do so?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, I will accept your plea. I find you're competent, coherent, and alert. I find you freely, voluntarily, intelligently waived your rights. You've entered the plea knowingly understanding the charge and the consequences. And there's a factual basis based in the affidavit. Sir, I'm going to sentence you to 2 days in the Orange County Jail with 2 days credit time served. You're going to be responsible for $223 court costs, $50 cost of prosecution.
He just asked the 223.
I'm sorry?
Just 223, not on the MO cases.
Oh, it's an MO case. How much is it then?
223.
223, and no cost of prosecution. So $223, sir, and I'll give you 2 years to pay that to the clerk of court.
Okay, great. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, have a
Your
good
Honor,
day.
You too.
Your Honor, I apologize for the interruption, but we have a case, Elijah Parker, that's in the back of the stack in the VOP section that also has a DV matter, and there's a victim that's been waiting. And I was wondering if you wanted to have corrections, see if they could bring Mr. Parker in out of order.
Is Mr. Parker here, or have you all, does he still need to be brought over?
He's here, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead and bring him up since we have a victim.
We could start with the other, I guess, DV cases if it's going to take a
Okay.
while, but
Mr. Holly, why don't you come on up to the podium? All right, sir, how are you doing?
Pretty good, Your Honor.
Good deal. Sir, you're here on, for a child support issue.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm releasing you on ROR. Your hearing is September 14th, 2020 at 8:30 a.m. And you're ordered to appear in person for that hearing.
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have any questions, you need to contact either a lawyer or the
We'll get a copy of that.
yeah, you'll get a copy of this documentation, but I don't know if the court's going to be doing in-person hearings, but you're required to be there in person if they are. And so you need to maintain contact with somebody about the status and what is expected of you so you don't end up in this situation again, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Parker is the very last case in that step.
It is, okay.
Yes. There are a little three cases.
Yeah. Are you Mr. Parker?
I'm Mr. Craven, sir.
All right, we'll go ahead and do that then too. Mr. Craven. All right, sir. You were arrested, sir, for possession of a firearm or ammunition by a convicted felon, loitering or prowling, possession of burglary tools, and aggravated assault with a firearm. I reviewed the affidavit. I find probable cause. I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you, sir. Do we have anyone here to testify in Mr. Craven's case?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
They gave it to you there? Wait, right here?
All right, so based on the allegations of the arrest affidavit, I'm going to set the following bonds. $4,000 for count 1 as reflected on the arrest affidavit, $500 each on counts 2 and 3 as reflected on the arrest affidavit. I'm setting a $10,000 bond on count 4, the aggravated assault with a firearm charge. Special conditions of release are no contact with the alleged victim, maintain a separate residence. If they share the residence, Mr. Craven can return with law enforcement one time to obtain personal effects. Mr. Craven may not possess any weapons or firearms. And Mr. Craven is ordered to not be within 1,000 feet of the alleged victim. Okay? Thanks, sir.
Mr. Parker, Your Honor?
All right. Mr. Parker, let me pull your cases up here, sir. We have 3 cases for you this morning. The first case, sir, you were arrested for robbery, grand theft, 3rd degree of a motor vehicle, and battery domestic violence.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I apologize. The person who was here for Parker left.
Oh, well, that's all right. We're dealing with Mr. Parker now. All right, so
I don't have a face sheet here for Mr. Parker.
He's under BOP.
VOP. Oh, okay.
So another judge has already found probable cause on this and actually set a bond for the domestic violence. So, sir, your bonds on this case are $2,500 on count 1, $500 on count 2, $1,500 on count 3. The special conditions that you have no contact with the alleged victim. No contact means no face-to-face contact, no contact by phone, no contact by email or text message, no contact through social media or through third persons. Maintain a separate residence. Sir, you were also arrested for violation of probation in case number 19 CF 3051. I'm going to do an in-view, well, the officer did an in-view violation of probation. In order that you be held without bond on that case. And then in case number 2020 MM 5794, you were arrested for resisting officer without violence. You have a $500 bond. I find probable cause after reviewing the affidavit in that case as well. On all three cases, I am appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you, sir. State, is there anything further I need to do on those cases?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Nguyen, anything further?
Did you set a bond on the last case, Your Honor?
500 on that last one.
Okay. Yep. We're good. Thank you.
Okay. The VOP is the issue.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay. All right, how are you, ma'am?
I'm fine.
This is Ms. Grays.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, Ms. Grays, you are here on a couple of matters. You were arrested, ma'am, for aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, domestic violence, and also violation of a domestic violence injunction. And then also you were out on probation.
Probation?
No, you were out on bond in 2020 CF 4670. Possession of controlled substance and possession of drug paraphernalia. So those are the two matters that are here today. I reviewed the arrest affidavit on the new case, which is 2020 CF 9573. I find probable cause. I appoint the public defender to represent you in this case. Is the public defender representing you in the other case, ma'am?
Yeah. I go to court on the 13th.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, so they're already representing you on the other one. State, what do you think about conditions of release on this case?
No contact, Your Honor. Separate residence. And as to she's already violating a previous injunction, Your Honor, I would defer the court.
Yeah, the victim encouraged that, according to
True.
the affidavit. All right, ma'am. I'm going to set bond. On count one at $3,500 and on count two at $500. I'm going to order that you have no contact with the alleged victim. And I'm aware that the alleged victim encourages you to have contact, but you can't. And so you just need to terminate it and move on about your day if he tries to do that.
Okay.
Also, ma'am, I'm ordering that you have a separate residence from the alleged victim, okay?
Yes, sir.
I am not going to revoke your bond in the other case.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, the next case then would be Kaczynski. Is that you, sir?
Yes, Judge, it is.
Okay, sir.
Michael Anthony Kaczynski, sir.
Okay. All right, sir, you were arrested for aggravated battery on a pregnant person. I reviewed the affidavit of arrest. I do find probable cause. I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you, sir.
Yes.
You do qualify for pretrial release, so I'm going to grant pretrial release, but I'm also imposing some pretty stringent conditions. No contact with the alleged victim, maintain a separate residence. You may return one time with law enforcement, only with law enforcement to obtain personal effects. And you're to surrender any weapons and firearms immediately upon your release.
Understandable, Judge.
All right, no contact means face-to-face, by telephone, by email, by text message, social media, or through third parties. Okay? If you violate that, you'll be in violation of release, and an arrest warrant will issue.
Understand.
Okay? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Judge, for your time. I appreciate it.
All right, so, sir, tell me how to pronounce your last name, please.
Muse, M-E-U-Z-E.
Muse?
Muse, yes, sir.
Muse. Okay, great, sir. Thank you.
Your Honor, I had a PC challenge to this.
Okay, let's put on the record, this is 2020 CF 9574. I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you, Mr. Muse, and your lawyer wants to make an argument to me first.
Yes, Your Honor. Based on the affidavit, it appears that that the arrest is based off of the alleged victim's statement in this case. However, there are several statements made by the alleged victim in this case regarding a firearm, that a firearm was discarded. They conducted a search for the firearm. No firearm was ever found. Additionally, there were no injuries to the AV. I think based on the firearm allegation, that the police responded there pretty quickly. They would have been able to locate a firearm. I believe that her statement, that the credibility of the AV in this case has to be taken into account when determining probable cause. Based on her statements that appear to not be credible, and the fact that she had no injuries, injuries were observed on Mr. Muse, and nothing appears to discredit Mr. Muse's version of defense that in this matter, probable cause did not exist to arrest Mr. Muse.
All right, so you want to respond to that?
Yes, Your Honor. I agree there does appear to be some conflicting statements made and some conflicting information, and that they did not find the gun. I also agree that the officer said that he didn't observe the injury, but she did state that he grabbed her arm, and there is, like, from the last line at the bottom, that Orange County Medicaid treated her for injuries to her left and right arms. So that would be the PC for the battery.
Yeah, I reviewed the affidavit and I highlighted various parts of it. I don't think it's my job to evaluate credibility in making a probable cause determination. I do think there was probable cause. I do see that we have an alleged victim here to testify.
Yes, Your
Ma'am,
Honor.
raise your right hand to be sworn, please.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, ma'am, I need you to speak into the microphone, please.
Yes.
Okay. You're a soft talker, so I need you to speak up because we're barely hearing you, but the state attorney's going to ask you some questions. You may take that off while you're testifying. And state your name on the record, please.
Jeanette Paul.
Okay, thank you. And it comes through loud when you're close, but you backed up and we didn't hear it all.
Jeanette Paul.
Okay.
Okay, just speak into the microphone if you can. Ma'am, what is your relationship to Mr. Muse?
That's my boyfriend.
It's your
We're not
boyfriend?
hearing you, ma'am.
That's my boyfriend.
Okay.
How long have you known each other?
We've been together for 3 years.
Have there been previous instances of violence?
Yes.
Okay. And those have been reported?
Yes.
Okay. Are you afraid that something like this could happen again?
No, not at
If you had
all.
contact?
No, not at all. It was just like a misunderstanding, but no. We do have kids together.
I understand. Do you want contact?
Yes, please.
If something else were to happen, would you be willing to call 911?
If something physical was to happen.
Yes. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Nguyen, do you have any questions?
A few questions, Your Honor.
Ma'am, do you and Mr. Muse live together?
Yes, we do.
All right, and so you're asking me to allow him to come back to your home?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Anyone have follow-up to that? Any
No,
follow-up?
Your Honor.
Mr. Nguyen?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Mr. Muse, you do qualify for pretrial release, which means it's non-monetary, so you're not going to have to post a monetary bond. I am going to order a couple of things as special conditions of your release. Pretrial release will explain to you what all you have to do to satisfy them. But also, I'm going to order no hostile contact. So you can go home, you can live with your girlfriend and your children, but no hostile contact with the alleged victim. Also, no weapons or firearms. So I'm going to order that you surrender any weapons or firearms that you have in your possession. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Anything else, Ms. Fusco?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Nguyen?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good luck.
Judge,
Thank-
he has another
thank you.
case.
Thank you, ma'am. Oh, Mr. Muse, hold on. I'm told you have another case.
He's also here on a failure to appear warrant.
Yes, he is. Okay, thank you. Mr. Muse, you have another case as well. You failed to appear in case number 2020 CT 2775. The judge in that case set a bond of $500. So you will have to post a bond in that case to be released.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor,
Yes.
would the state have an offer to resolve that case?
I don't today, I'm
You
sorry.
know, okay.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The first case is pretrial release, yes. Okay, Mr. Ortiz Tirado. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you were arrested for aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. I reviewed the arrest affidavit. I do find probable cause, and for the record, this is case number 2020 CF 9565. I do find probable cause. I do appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you, sir. Do we have a victim out there for
No,
this
I don't
case?
think we have any further victims, Your Honor.
Okay. Sir, you do qualify for pretrial release, which is non-monetary release. There are conditions, and pretrial release will explain those to you. I'm also giving you the following special conditions of release. No contact with the alleged victim. That means person to person, through other people, by phone, by text, by email, by social media. You can't do any of that. I'm going to order that you maintain a separate residence. Surrender all firearms and weapons, and do not consume any drugs or alcohol. Those are going to be conditions of your release. If you violate those conditions, an arrest warrant would be issued, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, then we have Mr. Santos.
Yes.
Is that
Good
you, sir?
afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mr. Santos, I reviewed this is case number 2020 CF 9564. I reviewed the arrest affidavit, sir. I find probable cause. I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You do not qualify for pretrial release. Based on the nature of what I read, I'm going to set bond at $10,000. So the special conditions of release are no contact with the alleged victim, maintain a separate residence. No contact means face-to-face through email, through text message, through social media, or through third parties. Okay? You can't have any contact of any kind whatsoever. Maintain a separate residence. Surrender all firearms and weapons immediately upon your release. And no drugs or alcohol. All right?
Yes,
If you violate any of those, that will be a violation of your release and the arrest warrant would issue.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay? Thank you, sir.
Come on, Your Honor.
All right. Sir, are you Mr. Tell me how to pronounce your last name.
Ogunsiju, Your Honor.
Say it one more time. Ogunsiju.
Ogunsiju, like Siju.
Yeah.
Ogunsiju.
Ogunsiju.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Ogunsiju. All right, sir. You were arrested, sir, for battery, domestic violence. I reviewed the arrest affidavit. I do find probable cause. I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you today, sir, or point them to your case. You do qualify for pretrial release. That's non-monetary release. There are conditions, and they will explain that to you. I'm also putting the following conditions on your release at this time. No contact with the alleged victim. That means no contact face-to-face, by telephone, by email, by text message, by social media, or through other people. Also ordering that you maintain a separate residence, surrender all guns and weapons immediately upon your release, and no use of drugs or alcohol. Your attorney can move to modify any of those conditions if you think they should be, okay? And that'll be heard by the judge assigned to hear your case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the last condition was that no drugs or alcohol?
Yes.
Correct? Thank you, Judge.
All right, are you Mr. Reyes, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Reyes, you were charged with battery, domestic violence. Or not charged, you were arrested for battery, domestic violence. I reviewed the arrest affidavit. I do find probable cause, and I appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. So you qualify for pretrial release. So I'm going to grant pretrial release. Based on the circumstances I read in the affidavit, I'm going to order no hostile contact between you and the victim. It's my understanding that the alleged victim is your son and you reside together. Is that correct?
Well, he doesn't live in my house most of the time. He works and comes home from time to time.
Okay. Well, based on the circumstances, I'm going to allow you to go home, and I'm going to allow you to have contact with your son, but it cannot be hostile contact. If you sense that it's becoming hostile, you must remove yourself immediately.
Okay.
Okay? Anything further, State?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Nguyen, anything further?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. West?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. West.
How are you?
Sir, you were arrested for battery, domestic violence.
Yes, sir.
You don't live in Orange County, is that correct?
No, sir, I do not.
Where do you live?
I live in Plant City,
Okay. And where does the alleged victim live?
Hudson, Florida.
Okay.
About an hour and a half from my home.
Okay. I see a note on the pretrial release form that says the victim does want contact. Am I reading that correctly?
That's what was recorded by the person who spoke with the victim, Your Honor.
Is there a relationship between you and the alleged victim, sir? Like a familial relationship?
Yes, sir. It's that's my older brother. Me and him have had a wonderful relationship my whole life.
Okay. Are you half siblings? I don't remember his name being West.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know he was my half sibling until last year, but I guess he's my half sibling. But I just figured out last year.
Okay. All right. Let's see. You do not qualify for pretrial release. Mr. Nguyen, do you want to be heard on bond?
Your Honor, we'd request just bond in accordance with the bond schedule, $500.
All right. State.
According to the bond schedule, Your Honor, and would also ask for no alcohol.
All right. I'm going to set the bond at $1,000, sir. And I'm going to order that you have no hostile contact with the alleged victim. That means you can have contact, but if it's becoming hostile, you got to remove yourself from the situation or it'll be a violation of release. I'm going to also order that you have no drugs or alcohol as a condition of release. Okay?
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to Mr. Blount.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, sir. We have a few things here for you. All right, sir, you were arrested for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
Yes.
The bond on that case is $4,000, and that's in case number 2020 CF 9539. I reviewed the affidavit, and I do find probable cause. I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you, sir. You also have case number 2020 CF 4780, on which you're out on bond. I'll be revoking that bond based on the new charge. All right? So you need to get with your lawyer about that situation.
Was there a surrender firearm order?
Hold on just a second. What was that, Ms. Frisco?
I apologize, Your Honor. Is there a surrender firearm order?
Yeah, so it's a condition of bond on the new case. Well, it's illegal for him to possess a weapon, so that's a new law violation if he does, but you're to surrender all weapons and firearms in the new case. You were going to ask me a question, but there's nothing I'm willing to do today on the 2020 CF 4780 case. Okay? Is that what you were going to ask?
Yes, sir.
What were you going? Go ahead and ask me what you were going to ask me.
That case number that you was referring to, which one was that, sir?
That's the burglary of a dwelling charge with burglary of a conveyance, petty theft, resisting officer without violence.
Okay, and you were saying there was no bond?
Yeah, that bond has been revoked based on the new charge.
Do you know how would I be able to get a bond or what?
Well, you're not entitled to one. Your attorney can file a motion and request one. But it's up to the judge as to whether you get one.
So you have the public defender on that case, Your Honor?
Yeah, it's Ms. Harmon. So when there's probable cause for a new law violation, the court can order pretrial detention. You're not entitled to a bond at that point. So you have to go back to the judge and try to get one. Okay?
Do you know my next court date or anything, or?
No, because of the pandemic.
Alright.
Okay? So, Mr. Conley?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Conley. You were arrested, sir, for failure to appear. Case number 2020 CF 2184. The judge in that case set zero bond. Trying to see. Public defender was previous. I don't know. Were they? You're telling me?
Yes.
Okay, they were previously appointed. Ms. Fusco, the charge is possession of methamphetamine. Does the state have an offer?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so you're going to need to contact your public defender on that case because I can't give you a bond. The judge who issued the KPS set no bond.
Yes, sir.
So perhaps your public defender can get the case resolved or at least get you a new bond. Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Cummings.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
How you doing, sir?
I'm doing well, thank you. Sir, you are here on a couple of things. So you were arrested, sir, for burglary of a conveyance, trespassing a conveyance, and providing false ID to a law enforcement officer. I reviewed the arrest affidavit. I do find probable cause. I'll appoint the office of the public defender. Your bonds are going to be $3,500 on count 1, $250 on count 2, and $500 on count 3.
Sir.
Then, I'm sorry?
Sir. How is it possible to have a burglary conveyance and a trespass conveyance when it's the same thing? And in my affidavit, it is stated I committed any crime within this vehicle. They're the exact same thing, burglary and trespass in the conveyance. It's impossible to have a burglary of a conveyance if I didn't commit the crime, but a trespass.
Well,
How is that
sir,
possible, sir?
you haven't been charged. That's what you were arrested for, and that's in case number 2020 CF 9534. Then in case number 2020 CF 8279, you were charged, sir, with burglary of a conveyance. The judge has, who issued that warrant already found probable cause and set a bond at $3,500 on that one. And then, Mr. Cummings, you were out on pretrial release in 2020 CF 3730. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to revoke your bond on that case because of the 2 new cases. All right, so you'll need to get with your public defender and try to work those out so that you can get bonds in all 3 cases.
Well, no,
Okay,
sir.
so
What I'm speaking on is this right here. I got 1, 2, 3 on this one here. I got burglary conveyance, trespassing conveyance, and providing a false ID to law enforcement. How is it possible to have a burglary conveyance and a trespassing conveyance on the same car? Especially when it's stated right here in my affidavit, I ain't committed no crime inside the car. That's impossible. How is that possible?
Sir, this is a first appearance. It's not your trial. So I can't, we're not going to address the substance of it today, okay? Thank you. Okay, Mr. Dawson, is that you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, I have a couple of things here for you, Mr. Dawson. You were arrested for possession of controlled substance and possession of drug paraphernalia in case number 2020 CF 7504. Another judge has reviewed your case and found probable cause and has ordered am I reading this correctly? They've ordered pretrial supervision with random testing for drug and alcohol. Okay? So the bonds that are listed on the affidavit are not applicable.
Your Honor.
It's bond plus pretrial release.
Oh, is that what it was? Bond plus?
Yes.
Okay. All right, sir. So your bond is $5,000 on count 1, $2,500 on count 2, and special conditions not to consume or possess any alcohol, illegal drugs, or controlled substances without a prescription, and PTR supervision with random testing. You also, sir, were out on ROR in case number 2019 CF 14018. And that charge was also possession of a controlled substance.
Yes, sir. I also had a court date on those cases.
On the old case?
I had a court date on the old cases that I went to court. I went to downtown court for, and the courthouse was closed at that time. So I didn't know what to do after that. I went to court, but the courthouse was closed. The judge that I was supposed to see wasn't in. So what do I do about that? How do I handle that?
Who wasn't there, sir?
The judge. I went to court for my case, and there was no judge there. There was no court process that day. The day I supposed to went to court, I went, but there was no. The courtroom was closed.
Right.
So
Hold on a second.
after that process, I didn't know what to do after that.
Sir, we don't have a good address for you, so you need to file with the clerk of court an updated address for
Well, I
yourself.
don't. The reason I don't have an address because I'm homeless. I have a homeless address, which is 639 West Central, which is the center, which is the homeless shelter. That's why I don't have an address.
Is that the address you gave the clerk of court?
Yes, sir. 639 West Central.
All right. Well, whatever the address you gave is, the mail is coming back. I'm looking here. Your next court date in the older case is August 17th at 9 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like it's going to be a virtual hearing. What I would suggest is you contact your public defender. I'm appointing the public defender to represent you on the new case. And so, they may represent you on the old case, but just contact your public defender and they will tell you where to be and when to be. Hold on just a second. I'm going to look. Edward Schwab is your attorney in the older case. So you need to contact Mr. Schwab at the public defender's office, okay?
Okay.
Stay in touch with him. I am not going to revoke ROR on the older case because he's got a pretty significant bond in the new case. Okay, so just get in touch with Mr. Schwab, and he'll let you know about court dates, and then and he'll probably be the one to represent you on the new case too. But if he's not, just stay in touch with the public defender's office, sir.
All right. Okay.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
Good luck. Okay, next we have Mr. Dees, I believe. Are you Mr. Dees, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Dees, we have a couple of things here for you. Sir, you were arrested for carrying a concealed firearm and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. I reviewed the affidavit. I find probable cause. I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender. Your bonds are going to be $2,500 on count 1, $4,000 on count 2. You also, though, were out on probation in 2020, not on probation, excuse me, on bond in 2020 CF 3019 for burglary of a dwelling and petty theft. Based on the new charges, I'm revoking bond and ordering you held with 0 bond in that case. Mr. Parton, your attorney, may be able to get your case before Judge Barber to see about getting you a new bond in that case, okay? Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Are you Mr. Faust?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Faust. Got a couple of things here for you. Sir, you were arrested for destruction of evidence and possession of cannabis less than 20 grams. I find probable cause. I'm appointing the Office of Public Defender. Your bond on count 1 is going to be $1,000. Your bond on count 2 is $100. And that is in case number 2020 CF 9553. You're out on bond in case number 2018 CF 885.
Wait, can I say something, sir?
Yeah, hold on a second. So that's for the unauthorized possession of an identification card. What would you like to say?
On that
I
bond,
said it's not about the facts, Your Honor. I don't.
Hold on. Let him speak and then you, Mr. Nguyen. Yes, sir.
all right, that charge right there that I bonded out on, that's a charge from 2018. I just got out of prison. I think it was May 2nd, and I had to detain them for that. They were supposed to come pick me up, but they didn't. Somehow they let me walk outside. They let me go from prison. So when they picked me back up on that charge, they gave me a bond and they gave me a court date, and they told me that they was gonna leave the bond as it was because I wasn't supposed to the charges were supposed to be dismissed. That's how I ended up getting out of prison on that case right there that I'm out on bond on. So when they placed the bond, they told me that I can that they was gonna place this bond and they was gonna give me a court date and they was gonna let me go to my court date. But I shouldn't have this charge. That charge that I bonded out on, it was supposed to be dropped.
Well, I don't know anything about that. Mr. Wynn, what were you going to say?
I was just going to ask that I didn't want him to speak on the facts of anything.
Yeah, and I don't think he has.
No, and he hasn't.
Yeah, I don't think he has. The public defender here in the courtroom was just asking you not talk about the facts of any particular case.
Yes, sir.
So I've reviewed everything. I am not going to revoke your bond on the old case.
Thank you.
But you do have $1,100 total bond on this new charge.
Okay. Yes, sir.
So, but I'm going to let you keep your bond on the older case.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Based on all the circumstances.
Your Honor.
Okay? Yes, sir.
Prior to court, I spoke with the state. She was willing to stipulate to an ROR on the new charges. Would you be willing to release some ROR based on a stipulated agreement with the state?
Ms. Fusco, is there any reason you would object to that?
No, Your Honor. On less than 20 grams, we have been allowing ROR.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Faust, I'm going to, your attorney asked me to reduce your bonds, and so I will. I'll reduce it to ROR. Since you have this other bond, you're already subject to some conditions, okay?
Yes, sir.
So just stay in touch with your public defender.
Yes, sir.
You can monitor your case online. If you don't have a computer, you can go to the library and check it out.
Yes,
Maybe.
sir.
I guess the library's open these days. I'm not sure.
No, we keep it up online.
But, just keep your nose clean, and you'll be good, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good luck, sir. All right, then we have Mr. Hernandez, I believe. All right, sir. You were arrested, Mr. Hernandez, for carrying a concealed firearm, possession of cocaine, possession of methamphetamine, possession of cannabis less than 100 grams, and possession of drug paraphernalia. In case number 2020 CF 9535. I find probable cause and I appoint the public defender. The bond amounts are going to be $2,500 on count 1, $150 on count 2, $5,000 on count 3 with PTR conditions. $100 on count 4 and $100 on count 5. Then there's a second case, sir, 2020 CF 9536. In that case, you were charged or arrested for moving traffic violation, driving while license suspended or revoked for a third or subsequent violation. And your bond on that case is going to be $2,500. On that case, too, I find probable cause and appoint the Office of the Public Defender.
Judge, when you say pretrial release conditions on count 3 on the CF case?
Yes.
You want bond plus pretrial release?
Yes. Yeah, it was a no bond because it involved a firearm. And so that's why I set the bond as I did.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Yes.
None of this was on my person. This was in a third row of a vehicle.
I can't hear you, sir.
None of this was on my person. Nothing, no firearms or no methamphetamine, no cocaine. Nothing was on my person. It was in a vehicle that I was driving. I was in the front row, and the officer said he seen it in the back row.
Yeah, I'm aware, sir, but it's the nature of the charges. So that's what the bonds are going to be.
Understood.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Hinkle.
Yes.
Ms. Hinkle, you were arrested for possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of cocaine, possession of methamphetamine. I reviewed the affidavit. I find probable cause. I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender. You do qualify for pretrial release, so I'm going to grant pretrial release. You're going to be subjected to random UAs, okay? So if you use alcohol or drugs, you're going to violate your release and you'll be back in jail. Okay? And I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you, so contact that office as soon as possible and they will get to work on your case. All right, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, and then that brings us to, how do you pronounce your last name, sir?
McEachern.
I'm sorry?
McEachern.
McEacher. That's not who I was expecting to see next.
Actually, in a bit, she's medical, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Nguyen, are you waiving her appearance?
Yes, Your Honor, we'll waive her appearance.
All right, so I find probable cause. She was charged with possession of fentanyl. I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender. Bond is at $1,000. All right, and then how do you pronounce your name again, sir? What?
McEachern.
McEachern. Okay. Sir, you were charged with possession of methamphetamine. I find probable cause. I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. Your bond, sir, is at $1,000. Okay. I'm sorry?
Is there a way I could ROR, because I take care of my family, and they're disabled?
State, what's your position on ROR? He does not qualify for pretrial release.
I'll defer to the court, Your Honor.
I have work tomorrow.
He
Okay,
doesn't have
this is
any
what I'm going to do, sir. I'm going to put your fate in your own hands. I'm going to grant ROR, but it's going to be subject to unsupervised pretrial release, which means they're going to test you randomly for drugs and alcohol. You're going to have to bring a money order for that test when they tell you to come. And if it's a dirty test, your pretrial release will be revoked and you'll be right back where you are, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
All right. ROR with the unsupervised pretrial random ways.
Thank you.
Okay, and let's see, Mr. How do you pronounce your name, sir?
Mr. Priester Bond, Your Honor?
Oh, Priester Bonded?
Yes.
Okay. So you're Mr. Rios?
Yes.
All right, sir, you were arrested for possession of cocaine and introduction of contraband into a county detention facility. I find probable cause. Appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. Bond is at $1,000 on each count. $1,000 on each count. And the case number is 2020 CF 9576. And I think I said I find probable cause and appoint the public defender. Okay? Thank you, sir. Then we have Mr. Robinson.
Yeah.
You're Mr. Robinson?
Yes, sir. How you doing today?
I'm fine, thanks. State, this charge is enhanceable because of the firearm. What is the level of the offense?
It is punishable by life, Your Honor, because of the firearm, and we're asking you to find proof federal presumption grade and hold him at no bond. Although the video surveillance didn't show the gunfire, it did show the victim and defendant in an altercation leading up to the shooting, and she was treated for a gunshot wound. So we've asked the court to find proof federal presumption grade based on those things and hold him at no bond.
Mr. Nguyen?
Your Honor, we'll leave it in the discretion of the court.
All right. So, sir, you were charged with attempted second-degree murder with a firearm. Another judge has reviewed the affidavit and already found probable cause. Because of the nature of the case and the charge, you're not entitled to a bond if proof is evident and presumption is great, although the court has discretion to consider a bond. So I'm going to find proof evident, presumption great. I'm not going to set a bond today. I will leave that for the discretion of the judge who's assigned to hear your case. I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you, sir. So be in touch with the Public Defender's Office, and they'll be filing a motion for bond on your behalf. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Next, Your Honor, is John Scaffey. He refused.
Scaffey refused. Okay, you waiving his appearance, Mr. Nguyen?
Your Honor, I'll let them reset this one for the IA judges.
I'm sorry?
I'll let them reset. Maybe he'll want to come to court during the week.
All right, so we will reset Mr. Scaffey's case. That brings us to Mr. Troche. Is that how you pronounce your name, sir?
It's Troche.
Troche?
Troche.
Troche, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Troche, you were, I've got three things here. You were arrested in case number 2020 CF 9566 for carrying a concealed weapon by a convicted felon, possession of ammunition by a convicted felon, possession of cocaine with a weapon, possession of a firearm, and commission of a felony. I find probable cause. I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender, sir, to represent you. Your bonds in this new law violations are $4,000 for count 1, $150 each on counts 2, 3, and 4. Sir, you were out on ROR in case number 2020 CF 7921, a possession of cocaine charge, and you're out on bond in case number 2020 CF 9336, a possession of cocaine case and resisting officer without violence case. Based on the new charges and the nature of the new charges, I'm going to revoke the bond and revoke the ROR in those cases and order you held with zero bond until your attorneys can file a motion in front of the judges assigned to those cases, okay?
Okay.
All right, good luck, Mr. Troche.
The next person, Your Honor, Woodard is mental health.
What about Woodard?
Mental health.
Mental health, okay. You waiving his appearance or do you want to reset?
Your Honor, we'll reset.
All right, we'll reset Mr. Woodard's case.
He was medical.
Yeah, you said mental health.
The next one, Maurice Brewer, he bonded.
Brewer bonded, okay, thank you. And that brings us to Mr. Early. Is that you, Mr. Early?
Yes, sir. It's me, sir.
Okay, sir. Sir, you were arrested for failure to appear in case number 2020 CT 1978. The judge in that case set a $250 bond.
Okay.
So are you already represented by the Office of the Public Defender in that case?
I think I am, sir.
Okay, well, if not, I'll appoint them.
Okay.
But that's your bond, and if you can't bond out, the public defender can try to get your case resolved or try to get your bond reduced. You just need to get in touch with your public defender to work that out, okay?
All right.
Your Honor, I was going to see if the state had an offer to go ahead and resolve that today.
I don't have a full set of records or anything.
Okay. This
Okay.
appeared to just be a driver's license case.
Yes, it's just my driver's license, sir.
Right. But Ms. Fusco, did I hear you say you're not able to resolve
I
it?
don't have a full set of records on him.
Okay. So the state attorney's not able to make an offer today, sir, so just get in touch with your public defender first thing this week.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Good luck, sir.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor,
Thank you. Yes,
Your
ma'am.
Honor, he has 2 other open cases.
Oh, he does? Are they? Hold on.
What was the defendant's name?
Edward.
Yes,
No.
sir. I have open.
Hold on just a second.
All righty.
paperwork is kind of a mess here.
You have Mr. Campbell in front of you? Or did you have Mr. Irving?
Are there 3 cases? What?
Mr. Brewer bond.
Mr. Brewer? Did we already cover him?
He was the one right before this.
Yeah, I think they said he bonded.
Okay.
Do you need the case numbers, Judge?
Yeah, he
Is
bonded.
it 2020 MO and
That's one of them.
2020 MM?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, hold on a second. All right. All right. I apologize. I have to get my bearings with me.
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Early, you also are out on PTR in 2 cases, 2020 MO 545. It's a prohibited noise charge.
Yes, sir.
And 2020 MM 5343. That's a resisting officer without violence charge. I'm going to, because I think it may help expedite things, I'm going to revoke your bond in each of those, or your PTR in each of those, because of the new failure to appear. And when you contact your attorney, they may be able to get all of those taken care of at one time.
Excuse me, sir.
Okay? Yeah.
Is there any way that you can give me a bond on those charges? Because I take care of my grandmother. She just been diagnosed with cancer, and I actually take care of my son. That's how I actually missed the court date, and I called in. If you can look at my charges, I've been doing PTR, calling in, and going to court and everything. That right there was miscommunication with the traffic court. I haven't did anything crazy.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the status with PTR? Can you look?
Check, Your Honor.
You gonna be able to bond out at $500 on the other one?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Your Honor, They are supervised through community corrections, which is in a different division than pretrial, but from what I'm understanding from their system, it looks like no call was received on July 23rd, a call is pending on 8/6, and I'm unaware of 8/7. I would reach out to a supervising officer, but she's not working today.
Okay. So what does that mean in layman's terms? He missed one or two?
Oh.
To my understanding of their system, Your Honor.
Okay, yes, sir. What were you going to say?
That right there is, when the warrant was popped, it was put in the system, and I called to check in on Thursday, that they'll be able to verify. It kicked me out of the phone call, and her supervisor, which they have called, if you don't make a phone call, they actually called me, and I've talked to them, and you guys can verify everything's. I haven't messed up. I've been doing good. If you look at the current old balance on it, it's $18. That lets you know that I'm up to par on what's going on. I've been cooperating with them and doing what I need to do. And the charges got dropped down from felony, which is once a week to contact, to
Right.
twice every 2 weeks. So
Okay. Can you see that balance?
I cannot, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, sir, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. I'll let you keep your PTR in those other two cases, all right?
I appreciate you, sir.
Okay, stay out of trouble, sir.
All righty, thank you.
Thank you. All right. All right, are you Ms. Rhonda Edwards?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Edwards, you were charged with failure to appear at arraignment. A bond was set of $1,000.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
So are you represented by the public defender?
No, I am not.
Do you have a lawyer?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender today to represent you. You can still hire a lawyer if you want, but I would suggest you get in touch with the public defender's office right away, early in the week, especially if you're not able to bond out, because they would be able to try to get your case resolved or try to get you a new bond or get the bond reduced.
Okay, you said $1,000 bond?
It's $1,000 is what the judge set when you failed to appear.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Take care.
Your Honor, I was gonna check on this one to see if there was an offer by the state. It appears there's another driver's license case. She already left. So.
Can you guys hold Ms. Edwards real quick?
I don't have anything today, Your Honor.
Sorry, Ms. Edwards. I think it's a false alert. The public defender here with me had asked the state if they would make an offer today to resolve your case, but the state attorney said she doesn't have the paperwork to be able to do that. So it's false alert. Just contact the public defender's office as soon as possible.
Yes, sir.
Okay, take care.
Thank you.
Okay, sir, are you Mr. Heath?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Heath, you were arrested for driving under the influence. I reviewed the probable cause affidavit, or the arrest affidavit. I find probable cause. I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. And that's case number 20CT946. Your bond, sir, is $500. And special condition of the bond is to refrain from using alcohol and drugs without a valid prescription. Okay?
Your Honor, I had a probable cause.
Hold on just a second. Yeah, go ahead.
I had a probable cause challenge with the 2020 MM672 AW. It's a petty theft retail. Review of the affidavit indicates Mr. Heath never removed the beer from the cooler. Apart from never removing the beer from the cooler, he never passed any point of sale with these items. The items were left in the store in the beer cooler, and he was later apprehended outside the store, and the vehicle appears to be in the vehicle. We'd argue that based on the fact that he never removed the beer from the cooler or the store, that probable cause doesn't exist to charge to arrest Mr. Heath on charges of petty theft.
All right, State, what is your response to that?
Rather than ask to supplement, Your Honor, could we allow him ROR as to that count and go forward on the other count and then
What on the
DUI?
DUI?
And let him ROR as to the petty theft
Are you
because
conceding no probable cause on that?
I'm not conceding, but I was just going to, rather than ask for 24 hours to supplement and have him come back, I was just going to ask if he could go ROR and,
Well, I think I need to make a finding. I mean, if I make a finding, he's ROR as a matter of law, but or he's released as a matter of law, they can.
Correct.
They can still file.
right, I don't see where he passed point of sale with it, Your Honor.
All right. So on case number 2020 MM672, sir, you were charged with petty theft retail. The bond was $500. The public defender here challenged that probable cause. I'm going to find no probable cause and release you as to that charge without bond. The state can still file on that if they want to. Okay? It just means they have an alleged probable cause in the affidavit.
Right.
All right? Thank you, sir.
Okay, am I free to go or?
Yeah, we're done for today's purposes. You have $500 bond on the DUI and you're released as to the petty theft. Okay. Are you Ms. Lane?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Lane, you were charged in case number 2020 CT 640 with DUI, unlawful blood alcohol level of 0.15 or higher with the person under 18 in the vehicle. I find probable cause. I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
You also are out on PTR in a battery domestic violence case, 2020 MM 55. On the DUI, your bond amount is $500, by the way.
Yes, sir.
On this other case, you're out on PTR. I'm going to revoke release and order you held without bond. You need to get in touch with your attorney in that case to see if they can get a bond for you or get that case resolved, okay? Thank you, ma'am. And then do we have, what's your name, sir?
Justin Goodman.
Justin Goodman. I don't think I have a,
Your Honor, that was the one that I placed on your desk prior to you coming into court earlier.
They picked me up on something I don't even know what they're talking
yeah,
about.
don't say anything about your case, sir.
All right.
I may have
Do you want my
not.
copy,
I
Judge?
think you picked up.
Hold on a second. Yeah, I have it right here.
I don't even know
His
what
name, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Justin Goodman.
Justin Goodman?
Yeah, Justin Goodman. All right, so Mr. Goodman, you were arrested for battery.
I don't know what they're talking about.
Well,
A girl shot a pistol at me.
He doesn't want to talk about the
yeah, hey,
facts.
stop, because you're being recorded and anything you say can be used against you, sir.
That's fine.
So it's not in your interest to talk about your case.
Listen.
All right, sir, I reviewed the arrest affidavit. I find probable cause. I'm appointing the public defender to represent you. Your bond is $500. All right? And that's in case number 2020 MM 5798. Okay? Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, Daniel Shoemate is medical.
He's at what?
He's medical.
Medical. Are you waiving his appearance, counsel?
Mr. Schuman, Your Honor, I'll reset for tomorrow.
Madam Clerk, we need a 24-hour reset.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I was speaking to the clerk, a 24-hour upon return.
Yeah.
But some of them are medical, and they usually like they're not.
Oh, okay.
Is it medical for quarantine, Your Honor?
That's,
Oh.
it is then.
Is it medical for quarantine or medical because it's true medical?
It's not for quarantine, sir.
Not for quarantine, okay.
I'll reset it within 24 hours.
Okay. So Mr. Shoemate will be reset. That brings us to, what's your name?
Jericho Williams.
Okay, Ms. Williams, thank you. Ma'am, you were arrested for petty theft. I've got a few cases here. Yeah, I've got two cases. 2020 MM 5795, you're arrested for petty theft. I've reviewed the affidavit. I find probable cause. I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. Your bond is going to be $250 on this case. All right. Then you were also, ma'am, arrested for violation of probation out of county. And that's, I guess, the Polk County case, 2018 CF 6562. There's no bond in that case. So you're going to be held until the judge over there decides whether to give you a bond. So what will happen is the public defender, I'm appointing the public defender for that case also, even though it's Polk County. This court and the public defender will be reaching out to the judge over there and to the prosecuting attorney and trying to work out some arrangement for you there, okay? So if you have any questions, just contact the public defender's office.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, ma'am.
Did we cover her PT?
I'm sorry?
Did we cover her PT case? Petty theft?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we did. Are you Miss Minerick?
Minorich, yes.
Minorich, okay. Ms. Minorich, you were arrested on an out-of-county warrant. And there's no bond on that out-of-county warrant. So as I was telling the lady before you, I'm appointing the public defender to represent you. And this court and the public defender's office will be in touch with the court in Seminole County and with the prosecuting authority up there, and they will be trying to see if you can have a bond or get that case resolved. Okay?
Okay, what does that mean?
Well, it means you're staying here in jail until you either have a bond up there, or until that case is resolved, or until Seminole County can come pick you up.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Okay, and are you Mr. Ortiz Colazo?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you were picked up, arrested for an out-of-county warrant as well out of Osceola County. It's a no bond violation of probation warrant. So this court and the public defender, I'm appointing the public defender to represent you. We'll be in touch with the folks in Osceola County to see if you can have a bond or to see if that case can be resolved. Otherwise, you'll be in custody here until Osceola County can come and pick you up. Okay? Thank you, sir. And are you Mr. Pages?
Yes, sir.
How's your name pronounced?
Pages, like in the book, sir.
Page, okay, that's what I said, but I didn't know if I mispronounced it somehow.
No, sir.
All right, sir, you were arrested for out-of-county warrants, and all of them have no bond, sir. That's out of Miami-Dade.
Sir, I had a question because it was violated due to a charge that I caught here for a marijuana, that I had the medical marijuana card, but the officer didn't want to accept it because it wasn't in the container. And then I spoke to my probation officer repeatedly, asking him if I would have a problem with this with my probation, and he said no. And then today he saw me, yesterday he saw me, said everything was okay, and then I get a knock 2 minutes after he leaves, and I get arrested. I don't understand what happened. I spoke to my probation officer and asked him questions about this. I did not want to have any problems. I haven't had any problems. I've been going to work. I have my own place. I have, it's just me and my dog, and I don't understand what happened.
Who's taking care of your dog now?
No one. I can't even get in touch with anyone because they didn't let me get phone numbers out of my phone. They just put me in a room and.
So is your dog at home with no one feeding it and caring for it?
No, I sent a text to my brother, but I don't know if he got it or not. I'm assuming he will, he's going to check up on him.
Okay. Well, all I know, sir, is you have a warrant out of Miami-Dade, and there's nothing I can do about that because it said it's no bond. But what I will tell you is what I've told the others. You may have heard me tell the others. The court will reach out to Miami-Dade. I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender here to represent you in that case as well. They'll be reaching out, trying to get that case resolved or get a bond or get you released without a bond. But there's nothing I can do about it today.
Okay.
All right?
You know how long it usually takes, sir?
Usually 1 to 3 days.
Okay.
So, if you have questions, reach out to the public defender tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Yep. Good luck. All right, and then that brings us to Mr. Darius. Are you Mr. Darius, sir?
Your Honor, Mr. Darius refused.
Okay, well, he's on an out-of-county warrant. Are you waiving his appearance, Mr.?
These are reset.
Simpkins or Darius?
Mr. Darius,
He was reset yesterday.
he was reset yesterday. We'll give him one more shot, Your Honor.
Wait. Hold on just a second. I confused the paperwork. Pages had 2 cases?
Yes.
Mr. Pages has 2 out-of-county warrants from Miami-Dade. Okay, that was the
And
source
it
of
should have been
confusion.
Simpkins after him.
And then we have, no, he has 3.
I only have 2. 2 for Pages and 1 for Miss Jill Simpkins.
Most of these, they've just been waiving and not resetting them.
I'm sorry.
Most of these, they've been waiving and not resetting them.
Yeah, give him one more shot. I mean, I don't, if it's a resolvable offense.
So
I
Mr.
hate
Pages
to-
has 3
And most of
cases out of Miami-Dade.
Most of the time, if it's resolvable, maybe during the week, Pedro will go down there and talk to him and say, hey, come to court. We might have an offer for you.
Okay.
All right, and then, so, why do I not have a face sheet for Simpkins? What?
What was the name?
Simpkins?
He's not on our docket, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
Simpkins is not on our docket.
What's his first name?
I heard something about Simpkins and docket. What?
Simpkins is not on our docket, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
You can give the inmate number to PCR and she can tell you.
Okay, so the inmate number is 200-17431.
She bonded, Your Honor.
She,
Bonded.
okay. She had a $995 bond, according to this. There's an out-of-county warrant, thank you. Okay. Are you Mr. Darius?
No, sir.
What's your name?
Eddie Williams.
Mr. Darius was a refusal, Your Honor.
Darius was a refusal, okay. Are you waiving his appearance?
Your Honor, I was going to go ahead and let Mr. Darius get one more shot, one more bite at the apple to come to court, or maybe one of the attorneys that's down here during the week can go talk to him and see if they can get him to come to court. If there's going to be some sort of, if it'll be resolvable, it might be in his best interest to get into court now rather than waive his appearance, and it could take, 30 days or longer, so.
Do I have the authority to waive it again?
I think we can, do we have the authority to wait, to extend it again? Is that?
Right.
I think it's three, they have, I'm not sure, 3 or 4 opportunities from my understanding.
Ms. Fusco, are you opposed to resetting this one more time?
I would defer to the court's discretion on that, Your Honor.
Looks like there's some mental health issues going on, so I'm going to reset this. It'll be a waiver based on Mr. Darius's attorney's request. All right. That brings us to Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, I appreciate your patience there, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, you were arrested for disorderly conduct, and there is probable cause for the arrest. I'm appointing the public defender to represent you. Your bond is $250. Does the state have an offer for Mr. Williams?
Yes, Your Honor. The offer would be adjudication of guilt, 3 days with 3 days credit time served, court cost.
Sir, did you hear the state attorney?
Yes, yes, sir, I accept.
Okay, so raise your right hand to be sworn, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
State your name, Mr. Williams, please.
Eddie Javon. Eddie Javon Williams.
And what's your birthday?
5/13/1971.
Sir, do you understand you're presumed innocent? You have the right to a jury trial. You have the right to require the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, and you have the right to have an attorney help you, and you have other rights, and you're giving them up by entering this plea.
Yes, sir.
And you can put your hand down, sir. Has anyone forced, threatened, or coerced you to make you enter that plea?
No, sir.
Are you entering the plea voluntarily of your own free will?
Yes, sir.
And do you understand the charge that's been filed against you?
Yes, sir.
And, sir, do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen by entering this plea, you'll be deported?
Yes, sir.
All right. And to the charge of disorderly conduct, sir, how do you plead?
Guilty.
And are you entering that plea because you believe it's your best interest to do so?
Yes, sir.
Are you under the influence today of any prescription medications, illegal drugs, or alcohol that would affect your ability to understand what's happening?
No, sir.
All right, sir, I'll accept your plea. I find you're competent, coherent, and alert. I find you freely, voluntarily, and intelligently waived your rights. I'm going to adjudicate you guilty. I'm going to sentence you to the time you've served and give you credit for the time you've served. This is an MO, I believe. So, sir, your court costs are going to be $223. I'm going to give you 2 years to pay that, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You pay that to the clerk of the court. You have the right to appeal. Any notice of appeal has to be filed in writing within 30 days, and the court would appoint a lawyer to help you if you cannot afford one, okay?
Yes, sir.
Good luck, sir. Take care.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. That brings us to Ms. Marlowe. Ms. Marlowe, you were arrested for violation of probation. There is a zero bond. That was in Judge Harris's division. So there's already been a determination by Judge Harris. I'm appointing the public defender to represent you, ma'am.
Okay.
If you will contact that office, they can try to get your case resolved or try to get a bond for you, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then we have Damian Melendez Montez. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, so this is 2020 CF 9538. You have two cases. In the case I just announced, sir, you were arrested for possession of cocaine and possession of cannabis, less than 20 grams. Your bonds are $1,000 and $100. I find probable cause, and I appoint the public defender to represent you in that case, sir. Then in case number 2005 CF 11598, you were arrested, sir, for violation of probation. There is no bond on that case. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you, and they will have to, you'll have to get in touch with them about getting your case set for hearing before the judge on that probation, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, you have any questions?
Yes, I have one question. What if they never read your memoranda right and they put down as yes?
So that's something that you need to talk to the public defender about, and they can file the appropriate motions.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you.
Thank you, sir.
He has recording
Have a good day.
requirements, Your Honor.
Hold on a second, sir. You apparently also have some, because of your prior charge, you have reporting requirements to the sheriff's office and to the Department of Motor Vehicles.
Yes, sir.
And you need to update your address, including where you are now, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, and then I have Mr. Campbell. Did he bond out? Or did we do his and I just,
Can I have a booking number, Judge?
sure.
Should be here, but I need that back when you get a chance. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Mr. Interpreter, are you not able to hear me?
And he didn't hear the swearing either.
Good morning, Your Honor.
I'll try it again.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Carlos Morales, State Certified Spanish Court Interpreter. The interpreter has not been sworn in yet today.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Morales. Can you hear me?
I can, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear to translate from English to Spanish, from Spanish to English, the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Sir, good morning. Tell me your name, please.
Oh, Christopher Cofresi.
This is case number 20MM5818. Sir, you were arrested for battery domestic violence. There's probable cause. I will appoint a public defender to represent you. You are not to have any contact with the victim. You are to maintain a separate residence. You are not to possess any weapons or firearms, sir. You're also not to possess or consume any alcohol or controlled substances without a valid prescription. Do you have any questions about the no contact order, sir?
No, I don't have a question.
All right, thank you. I'm going to place you on pretrial release at this time.
¿Me escuchan todavía? ¿Qué? No, todavía. Sí. No, que quería hacerlo.
Good morning. Tell me your name, please.
Hunter Swever.
This is case number 20MM5805. Sir, you were arrested for battery domestic violence. There is probable cause. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. You are not to have any contact with the victim. You are to maintain a separate residence. You are not to possess any weapons or firearms. Do you have any questions about the no contact order?
Solamente, ¿cómo puedo hacer para mis cosas personales?
Just how do I go about getting my personal belongings?
Sure. You may have a one-time return with the police to get your things. You just need to call the police before you go to the house.
Okay, está bien.
All right, that's fine.
Okay, sir. I'm going to place you on pretrial release at this time.
That's it, yes. And then the next is the 2 private attorneys.
Thank you, Mr. Interpreter. We're all set for today. Did you tell me that Mr. Blankner's client is in medical? Okay.
Well, she's over there. Blyden had told you, she's over. Theo.
Oh, okay. Mr. Blanker, I'm going to call your case. Mr. Blankner?
Mr. Blankner.
She's gonna.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't have on my hearing aid, but I don't really need it.
Okay. This is a out-of-county plea from Seminole County. Mr. Blankner, I wanted to call your case. It's my understanding that your client won't be brought to court as she is medical. Sure.
We actually had this pretty good. My client signed. You were in the still process. Have you told me before you have to
I thought he said that. Okay. Okay. So,
I wouldn't trust.
okay.
You know, I was there on August and stuff. So they signed it, being in the county jail, they provide for the never seen these pieces, but you apparently have to get under quarantine.
Correct.
It wasn't that day, but I went on August the 7th, to sign off. They're not asking them to revoke, they're simply asking you to restore same conditions, pay the restitution to what you have to do. I'd like you to take the police and get out. You've been sitting in the county jail here now for a month almost. With no real good reason. There's nobody that doesn't want to plea. It's all been filled out by the state, not by me. And it was their agreement. It's up to you whether you want to take it. I don't think anybody's going to accept it, to be honest.
I can't speak for Seminole, however, this is the agreement between Seminole and the county.
And I have the original. We have it.
So,
And it's filled out by the state of Florida. What we did is they filled it out. I took it.
Sure.
They then took it back and back.
And I don't recall if the judge signed off on it or.
what we've done on the past, I would be most inclined today to reach out to Judge Rex Seidler and to Seminole County to just make sure that they're on board with that. But what I have done on other cases, not a felony, but on a misdemeanor, is we've just released the defendant, ROR, and we've gathered this information. And then when they're released from the jail, they're to coordinate with their lawyer and the state and to go in and formally do the admission and take the plea. Well, I want to reach out to Seminole County first. And we talk to them multiple times a day on these out-of-county matters, so I don't think it'll take long to get a response. But that's what I'm going to do.
Judge Rex, we're working we're trying not to have a plea on the county coach. I know they're going.
Right.
And we have to, what they want to replace the things from the judge, Gavin, kind of got it okay. Prosecutors already got it signed off.
Stated that he had no objection on the presenting.
Well, I don't know how we can object. They go down and check. You can take it, but I want you to do right. But you're not.
Well, no, I know I can take it, but what I'm saying is, he's not here to enter it, and I understand that it's signed. I just want to make sure, I just want to reach out to them, I'm going to confirm. It makes sense, I mean, that's why we're doing these out-of-county things in other counties, to not have the folks sitting in the jail for COVID. I don't need you to do anything. I don't need you to do anything. I'm just going to I just want to let them know before I do it, so they have an opportunity to say what they want to say, and they know it's going to go on.
Yeah. I'll submit that.
Thank you.
Okay. You want me to scan that to Jill so she can try to read?
What is?
Show place for the prosecutor signature, it's certainly not for you. It does for the court, but it hasn't been done by Judge Gracie. Still running the transfers.
Well, so I would be the one to sign off on the plea. What would be, I guess,
I signed off on it.
right, I see that.
I signed off on it, I'm not sure it's the correct line at all. It was because the form was odd, they put it back.
Okay, yeah.
State put it together.
So, Mr. Blankner, I'll make sure you're on the email though as well. So I'll just say that what I would do is we'll release him. He's to report to probation. Yes, he'll report to probation within 24 hours, all conditions to be reinstated, and then coordinate plea. Okay, all right, thank you. Will you scan that for me?
Okay, and I'm emailing her now. You want her to reach out to Seminole or?
Yeah, and just, I'll see when I get back.
Okay. So you want me to scan it so she'll have it?
Thank you very much. Okay, and then we're doing Mr. Oswalt next, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And then we have another attorney here, but he marked his case on the list as well.
Is it a new case?
It's on the add-on docket. Solar? Solar.
I only have 2 pages of add-on, and I don't have a SOLAS.
And your client's coming over,
Oh,
right?
is it
So
an arraignment?
he'll-
Yeah, it's submitted right.
I have him as a out of county.
Yeah, but I mean, he's still on his.
Please. Oh, but he's not on this docket. That's why
Right.
I'm not sure how. I don't have no paperwork on him.
What is he here for?
Out of county.
It's not a plea.
They have it under plea. Pre-trial release, can you verify
I don't even.
Mr. Solas on the plea list? We don't have him on that.
it on the plea.
Yeah, but he's not on the add-on docket. You know who added him on? Okay.
Read all this if you want.
No.
Counselor, tell me your name, please.
Steve Krejci, Orange County PD.
Bridget?
I'm sorry?
I can't hear you.
Steve Krejci, KREJCI, Orange County PD.
Okay. And you're here regarding Mr. Oswald, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Does the court have the plea form?
I think so. Let me just go through this here. I'm going to continue with Mr. Oswald's
Your Honor,
plea.
Oswald haven't come over yet, but he's on his way.
Okay. Mr. Krejci, he's on his way.
And Your Honor, Mr. Harrison is here on Mr. Solis.
Yeah, so we're trying to, I don't have any paperwork on Mr. Solis. I'm not sure why he's here.
I know it
Not
was.
Mr. Garrison, but.
It was on the add-on. It was on the amended add-on, Your Honor.
I don't have an
I didn't
amended
get an amended
add-on.
one.
I don't have an amended add-on docket. Who did it come from?
It came, well, I'm saying it was on the amended add-on because the body of the email from
Ms. Ryan said that he was on it. I'm just not seeing it
Maybe
yet.
that's the one that was rolled over from Friday. Let me look back at my email.
Oh, yes, I do see it. It's plea out of Volusia. Judge Nichols approves and gives authorization to accept the plea on a VOP.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I can't print my docket.
Give me a second, 'cause I'll look for it. He's not on the docket. I do.
Madam Clerk, would you like for me to forward this to you?
I think she's on with Jill right now.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye. He said he should not be on the docket. It was canceled Friday, and he was not reset. Okay.
So he apparently is not on the docket for today. It was canceled Friday and it was not reset. So he should not be on the
Okay.
docket today.
I do have a docket that has him on it, but maybe the body said it was being canceled. Because I do have a docket with
And
his.
Friday it was canceled, yes.
Okay. Since.
Okay.
Here's the free form, and I scanned it to Jill.
And Your Honor?
Yes.
The email that I have from Ms. Ryan, unless there was a second amended, says, in addition, Ignacio Solis will be reset for Monday. And that came out on Friday. And Madam Clerk, I'm forwarding that to you.
Okay.
We got that in our window.
Okay.
I think that's when the system, remember we were having issues when it crashed, so maybe. Yeah, there's one that says that.
Hang on. Here's what they say is supposed to happen.
Oh.
Oh, no, this is August 7th.
I know. Okay, got you. Okay, no problem. It was canceled. She said she's sending the last email that she sent out saying it was supposed to be canceled. So I guess she sent another email after this one saying, but she's gonna send it to everybody now.
Well, in the meantime, we're gonna start with the regular docket.
I think Oswald just
Mr.
arrived,
Oswald.
Judge.
Oh, okay. Is Oswald here?
Yeah, you'll be able to see him straight up.
She's signing off Friday. It's supposed to be.
And the court does have the plea form, right, Judge?
I'm looking right now.
I believe Mr. Oswald has a hard copy of.
Your Honor, Oswald
Yes.
is here.
Great, thank you. Could you bring him up?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I don't have anything for Mr. Oswald.
We can move until later in the docket, Judge. I can email you a copy of
Did
it.
you provide that to my JA?
Yes, I sent it to her last week.
You sent all the documents, the plea form, the score sheet.
The VOP and the affidavit and all those documents were sent to Judge Marquez's JA.
Okay.
I did not know it was going to be here until Friday, but your JA did have the plea form. That's the only document I'm aware of that she had.
Okay, so we would need all of
And Your
those
Honor,
things.
the state's forwarding those documents
Okay.
to Madam Clerk.
I have them all in my email. I can send whatever you need. I just.
Madam Clerk, did it,
I'm still waiting.
did it come? Okay.
There it is, I got it.
All righty.
I have it, I'll print it out.
Or Mr. Taylor. Is Mr. Taylor going to be brought to court again today? Or not? Mr. Taylor, the other add-on, is he still medical?
He's here, Your Honor.
Okay.
The plea form is on top.
Nope, I think I'm good. Good morning. Are you Mr. Oswald?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, sir. Could you please raise your right hand to be sworn in by the clerk?
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Sir, please state your name and date of birth for the record.
Brian Edward Oswald, September 30th, 1963.
All right, sir. And you read and understand English?
Pardon me?
You read and understand English.
Yes,
And you understand that you're charged with violating your probation, specifically that you had contact with the victim, and that is something that you are not allowed to do per your probation. Is that correct?
yes,
Okay. And your underlying charges are tampering with an electronic monitoring device and driving while licensed, suspended, or revoked, which are both third-degree felonies. The maximum penalty is 10 years in prison and a $10,000 fine combined. Do you understand that?
yes,
Okay. And at this time, you wish to change your earlier denial and admit that you have violated your probation. Is that correct?
yes,
Sir, are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or medication?
no,
Are you experiencing any mental illness or emotional disturbance?
no,
It's my understanding that the terms of your plea agreement is that your probation will be revoked and terminated. Your prior adjudication of guilt will be reaffirmed. You are to serve 210 days in jail. Mr. Kretschy, does he have 210 days credit?
He does not. In the 476 case, he has 121 days.
Okay,
And in the 814 case, he has 116 days.
thank you. Mr. Oswald, again, as I said, you will be ordered to serve 210 days in jail. And in 20 CF 814, you have credit for 116 days. And in 20 CF 476, you have credit for 121 days. This will be concurrent with all other incarcerative sentences. You're going to pay the cost of prosecution, cost of defense, and all mandatory court costs. And your previously ordered costs of investigation will be reduced to a civil judgment. There are three. One will be $101.99, $109.81, and $53.75. Is that your understanding of the agreement?
yes,
All right, sir. And were you given a plea form to sign in this matter?
yes,
Were you able to read that form and discuss it with a lawyer?
yes,
Were they able to answer all of your questions?
yes,
Did you understand everything that the lawyer explained?
yes,
Did you understand the constitutional rights outlined in the plea form?
yes,
You understand that you're giving up your right to have a final evidentiary hearing on this issue.
yes,
You will not be able to see, hear, or cross-examine any witnesses.
yes,
You're also not going to be able to raise any defenses. Do you understand that?
yes,
You also are giving up your right to make the state prove by the greater weight of the evidence that you willfully and materially violated your probation, and that's what you'd wish to do today.
yes,
You also understand that you're giving up the right to appeal everything except for the legality of the sentence and my authority to hear this case.
yes,
Do you feel that you've had enough time to discuss the case and any defenses you may have to the violation of probation?
yes,
Did your attorney not do anything that you had asked him to do?
no,
Are you satisfied with his representation?
yes,
Are you entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
yes,
Have you felt threatened or coerced in any way?
no,
Have you been promised anything different than what I've outlined here in court today?
no,
Do you understand that if you are not a U.S. citizen, this plea will result in your deportation?
yes,
Okay. And at this time, do you admit that you violated your probation by having contact, either direct or indirect, with the victim or victim's family during the period of your supervision?
yes,
All right. Mr. Oswald, I am going to accept your plea. I find that you're coherent, competent, and alert. You have freely and voluntarily and intelligently waived your rights. You knowingly entered this plea and understand the nature of the charges and consequences of the plea. You are represented by competent counsel with whom you say you are satisfied, and there's a factual basis for acceptance of the plea. Ms. Bush, is there any legal reason why we can't proceed to sentencing?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And then, Mr. Kretschke, did you want to present anything else?
No, Judge.
All right, sir. Mr. Oswald, I find that you violated your probation. I'm going to reaffirm the adjudication. Your probation will be revoked and terminated. In case number 20 CF 814, you will be sentenced to 210 days in the county jail with credit for 116 days time served. And in 20 CF 476, you will be sentenced to 210 days in jail with credit for 121 days time served. You are going to pay the cost of prosecution, the cost of defense, and all mandatory court costs, and your previously ordered cost of investigation will be reduced to civil judgment, one in the amount of $101.99, $109.81, and $53.75. Those are all to the Altamont Springs Police Department. All right, I believe that is everything. Mr. Oswald, you have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court in writing.
Judge, if you could put on the record that both cases are to run concurrent.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
Both of the cases, 20 CF 814 and 20 CF 476, will run concurrent to one another and to any previously imposed sentences. You're welcome. Have a nice day.
Everything back to the other county, so I'll just send it as a packet.
Okay, so, Mr. Harrison? I don't think Mr. Harrison.
I'm sorry, Judge,
I know, and I think you normally read lips.
Yes.
Yes.
That's correct. Thank
Okay.
you. That means I don't have to pull my miles down to understand myself.
That's a good thing. Mr. Harrison, I just got an email from my JA, and it says that she had sent an email out on Friday afternoon stating that unfortunately she did not know when the quarantine would be lifted because Mr. Solis is to be present in court and we would need the signed plea form. She was going to hold off on setting this case until she heard back from you confirming that he wasn't in quarantine.
That is correct, Judge, and he's not in quarantine. He's back here right now, and I do have the plea form signed.
Okay.
And I had heard that through the grapevine that he was set for court this morning. And although I did verify that with your JA, here we all are.
Got it.
And I have all the paperwork. I have 33 pages of emails if you need them. I don't think you do, but I do have the email from the judge in Volusia County, with, not the judge, but his assistant, which says that Judge Nicholas has received and approved the plea offer for 90 days with credit for approximately 70 days. And this is back in July 28th. So as of right now, Mr. Solis has 84 days.
Okay.
And so he should be getting out, he should have already been out actually on a 90-day deal with Gang Time. So we're trying their best to get him out. I've been doing this for 3 weeks now. It's been an ordeal. All I want the court to do, if you would please, accept the offer, form signed right here, ready to go. 90 days, credit for 84. I can give you all the documentation, plea offer, score sheet, VOP affidavit.
Okay, Ms. Bush, do you have everything that you need to move forward with the plea at this time?
I'm sorry?
Yes, Your Honor. I have what the court has before
Okay.
it. So.
Mr. Harrison, if you would approach and provide me with the
Okay, I'll bring all
documents,
this up to you, Judge. The first 2 pages have to do with the time served. This is the 70 days, which obviously
It's a misdemeanor
84
or
now.
felony?
And then the judge verified his approval of that. The plea offer itself is second. The last thing would be the plea form.
Do you have a score sheet?
I may?
Yes.
So that should do it.
And Your Honor, I didn't look to see if the score sheet was included
I have to
in
have that
paper.
too.
Check this one county cases, I'm sure it's all on those. Those misdemeanors, one is, you get an FTA on one, but I think
I do have the score sheet, Ms. Bush. Okay.
Do you know what he was charged with?
Possession of a controlled substance.
Well, I told you about that.
Are you Mr. Solis?
No, I have him here, Your Honor. Want me to
Okay.
bring him in?
Yes, please. Thank you. And Mr. Harrison, I will put my mask down so you can see me speak.
not if you're not going to ask me anything, no, because I know what you're going to say, kind of.
Okay, so you're fine with me having my mask
It's
up?
up to you, Judge. Completely up to you. If you're comfortable with your mask on, I'm not going to ask you to take it off. You're just going to ask him his rights and stuff. I've been doing this for
I'm going to
25
do
years.
just
They
the
pretty
general
much-
plea colloquy.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
then I'm
good.
going to keep it up.
If you want, yes.
Okay.
It's better for all of us if you do.
Okay, thank you.
Except
Mr.
for me, of course. I'm deferring to everybody else.
Well, we appreciate that, Mr. Harrison. Okay. Are you Mr. Solis?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Solis, could you please raise your right hand to be sworn in by the clerk?
I swear.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, so help you God?
I swear, ma'am.
Thank you.
Please state your name and date of birth.
Ignacio Solis, 0506 1996.
Mr. Solis, do you read and understand English?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that you have been charged with violating your probation, specifically conditions 5, 3, and 1, meaning that you failed to report to your probation as directed, you failed to submit to a random urinalysis testing, you failed to make yourself available for probation, and that you committed the new law offenses of drug equipment, possession of drug paraphernalia, and driving while license suspended.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that your underlying charge is possession of a controlled substance, which is a third-degree felony punishable by up to 5 years in prison and a $5,000 fine. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at this time, you'd like to change your earlier denial and admit that you have violated your probation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or prescription medications?
No, ma'am.
Are you experiencing any mental illness or emotional disturbance?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever been treated or diagnosed for mental illness or emotional disturbance?
No, ma'am.
The terms of the plea agreement, as I understand them, is to admit that you violated probation. Mr. Harrison, was Mr. Solis previously adjudicated?
Yes, he's adjudicated on this.
Okay. Mr. Solis, you will, I will continue to impose the adjudication. Your probation will be revoked and terminated, and you will spend 90 days in the county jail. It's my understanding. Mr. Harrison, what is his credit for time served?
I'm sorry?
Credit for time served?
84 days, Judge, approximately. He's got 30 days plus, I think it's 54. I'll let the court calculate that, but it's 54, so it's 84 days.
84? Yes, thank you. Okay. Mr. Solis, you have credit for 84 days. Is that your understanding of the agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Solis, how far did you go in school?
The like 11th.
11th grade?
Yeah.
Okay. I have a plea form here that was signed by you. Do you recall signing the plea form?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a chance to read that and review it with your lawyer?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Mr. Harrison able to answer all of your questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand everything that he said?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand that you are giving up the constitutional rights that are outlined in the plea form?
Yes, ma'am.
Namely, that you are giving up your right to have a final evidentiary hearing.
Yes.
You understand that you're not going to be able to present any witnesses or defenses.
Yes.
You also will not be able to cross-examine any of the state's witnesses.
Yes, ma'am.
You're also going to give up your limited right to remain silent or testify. Do you understand that?
Yep.
You will also give up your right to make the state of Florida prove by the greater weight of the evidence that you willfully and materially violated your probation.
Yes.
Do you also understand that you're giving up your right to appeal everything except for the legality of the sentence and my authority to hear it?
Yes.
Did you have enough time to discuss your case and any defenses with Mr. Harrison?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there anything that you wanted Mr. Harrison to do that he did not?
No.
Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yeah.
Are you entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you feel threatened or coerced in any way?
No, ma'am.
Have you been promised anything different than what I've outlined here in open court?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand if you are not a U.S. citizen that this plea will subject you to deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Solis, do you at this time admit that you violated your probation by failing to report to probation
Yes, ma'am.
and that you refused to submit to urinalysis testing?
Yes, ma'am. Just because I had a suspended license, that's why I couldn't make it too, you know.
Okay, but you failed to report and you failed to go to the testing, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that you were arrested for possessing drug paraphernalia and driving while license suspended?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Solis, I am going to accept your plea. I find that you're competent, coherent, and alert, that you have freely and voluntarily and intelligently waived your rights. You knowingly entered this plea and understand the nature of the charges and the consequences of the plea. You are represented by competent counsel with whom you say you are satisfied, and there is a factual basis for acceptance of this plea. Ms. Bush, any legal reason that we can't proceed to sentencing?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Solis, I do find that you have violated your probation. I am going to maintain the adjudication. Your probation is going to be revoked and terminated. You're going to be sentenced to 90 days in the county jail. You have credit for 84 days time served. So, Mr. Harrison, there were no additional costs associated with this plea?
I'm sorry?
No additional cost associated with this plea?
I don't believe so, Judge. I think in Volusia County, I don't practice up there that much, but they convert them to a judgment lien.
Okay.
So if there's anything, he has actually paid off, according to the VOP affidavit, I know he's paid off almost, I think, everything. So as far as I know, the court's not to order any costs or anything.
Okay. All right. Yes. I'm just going to put in the order that he's to pay any previous court costs.
Like I said, just you can say if there are any, then go ahead and order that if there are some, but I don't think there are.
Okay.
So they'll work it out eventually.
Okay. Mr. Solis, you have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court in writing, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Harrison.
Judge, if I may, Mr. Solis, come back. Thank you. I just want to double verify because I was not able to get the complete information from the clerk's website, the official website. But Mr. Solis has 2 DWSs here in Orange County. He should have an RR bond on both of those. But one of the county court judges gave him a failure to appear last week for arraignment, but he was here in jail. I think it's an RR bond, but I want to double check that and make sure he doesn't have some no bond issue.
They told me
it was an RR.
They told me I had an RR and a third degree motion accepted too.
I don't know.
Have a case. I have the FTA case number.
I can't hear you, Ms. Williams.
Oh, I only see the FTA, the CT case number. That warrant, it was an RR.
Okay. Then he shouldn't have a hold. That's correct, Mr. Harrison. He has an ROR on the CT case.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. That's all.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you very much, Judge.
You're welcome, sir.
Do you need me to come collect any paperwork, Your Honor?
No, I'm gonna send this. I'm gonna scan it and we'll send it out to the parties. Okay? It'll be filed with the Volusia clerk.
Okay, I don't need it. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Harrison. The approval. Okay.
Okay, who is this? Your Honor, are we going to our regular docket?
I think so, yes. Thank you, Ms. Bud. Good morning. Tell me your name, please.
Marcus Darius. First name Marcus, last name Darius.
Thank you, sir. You were here in 20 MM 5769. You were arrested for resisting officer without violence and for petty theft. There is probable cause. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Was there an offer for Mr. Marcus? Or Mr. Darius? I'm sorry. Tell me your first name again and your last name.
Last name Darius, first name Marcus.
Darius, Mr. Darius. Okay.
Darius, last name.
Yes, thank you, sir, very much.
Yes, Your Honor. It's an adjudication of guilt, 7 days Orange County Jail. I don't know what his credit time served is. I believe it's
Looks like
4 days.
4 days credit time served. No return to the Walmart at 3838 South Cimarron Boulevard. And I'm just checking to see if there were perishables or
It says
not.
the items were returned to Walmart.
The items were returned. Abide by trespass warning, no contact with any witnesses, and court costs, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Darius, did you want to accept the offer?
The offer is no trespass warning and no contact with the witnesses. As far as that
so
goes,
Right, so 7 days in jail, you have credit for 4, you're not to return to the Walmart, you're not to have any contact with the witnesses, and you have to abide by the trespass warning. Do you want to accept the offer?
yes, Your Honor.
Was that yes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, thank you, sir. Did you read the plea form before court?
Will me read it out loud to you?
No, I'm asking you if you read it before court today.
So I'm pleading, I'm accepting an offer. So due to the fact I'm accepting an offer, I will plead a nolo cogente with adjudication withheld due to the fact there's an offer on stand. So it's not stating whether I'm innocent, guilty, it's just an offer stating that is a warning.
No, that's not what we're doing here today, Mr. Darius.
That's what excuse me, Your Honor, that's what I'm understanding. It stated that trespassing.
Yeah, we're not connecting, Mr. Darius. So listen, I'm going to release you. Actually, let's try this first. Mr. Rontos, can you talk to him today and kind of explain to him what we're doing?
You want me to go over there now? Or just get it done?
Well, no, because I want to continue with court.
Okay.
Okay.
Your Honor, would the court be
Excuse me, Your Honor, may I state?
hearing in a session 2? Is that possible?
That's fine. We'll reset him for the second session. Mr. Darius, your lawyer's going to come talk to you, and we'll see if you can take care of your case after lunch, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, sir. Good morning. Your name?
Sadia Marone.
Ma'am, this is 20 MM 1241. You failed to appear for court for the offense of trespassing.
Actually, I went to court twice to settle that case, and both times I was directed by officers to go home.
Okay. Well, ma'am, would you like to resolve your case today?
Yes, please. And also, I would like to press charges on the Orange County Department for misconduct because I called them for domestic violence, and the person in which that did the crime was not arrested. They arrested me and charged me for what? Okay. Go ahead, Judge.
Ms. Bush, do you have an offer for Ms. Marone?
Yes, Your Honor. It would be an adjudication of guilt, 5 days Orange County Jail, credit for whatever time she has served, no return to the Caden apartment, abide by all trespass warnings, no contact with any witnesses, and court costs.
Okay. How many days is Ms. Marone? 5. All right, ma'am, the offer is an adjudication of guilt, 5 days in jail. You have credit for 5 days. You're not to return to the Caden apartments or have any contact with the witnesses. Would you like to accept the offer?
I already went through this already.
Ma'am, you didn't. Do you want to accept the offer or not? All right, thank you, ma'am. Your bond is $2,000.
Excuse me. I'm still pressing charges.
Good morning, your name, sir?
Herbert Woodard.
What is it?
Herbert Woodard.
Mr. Woodard. How about Mr. Skate?
He refused court, Your Honor.
Right, that's 20 CF 956. I'm finding a waiver of his appearance based upon his refusal to come to court. He was arrested for possession of ecstasy and trespass on property after warning. There's probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender. Bond on count 1 is 1,000. Bond on count 2 is 100. He's not to return to the Parliament House. Denise, do you know what unable means?
They didn't say where he was, so. Probably was Mr.
Mr. Woodard, you're here in 20 CF 9559. You were arrested for aggravated battery with a weapon, aggravated battery on a pregnant person, and battery. There is probable cause. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to have any contact with the victim. You are to maintain a separate residence. You are not to possess any weapons or firearms. If you do need a one-time return with the police to get your things, you may do so.
Yes, ma'am.
Bond on count 1 will be 2,500. Bond on count 2 will be 150. Bond on count 3 will be 100. Mr. Woodard, do you have any questions about the no contact order, sir?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you also have 20 CT 1871. You were arrested for operating a car without a valid driver's license.
Yes, ma'am.
That's a failure to appear. Do you want to take care of that case today, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Ms. Bushy, do you want to make an offer on that?
Yes, Your Honor, if I may have just one moment. to
Sure.
Make sure there's no reason that I can't. Your Honor, it would be an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, don't drive without a valid driver's license, and court costs.
All right. Mr. Woodard, did you hear that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you want to accept?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a chance to read the plea form before court?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions about any of the rights on the plea form that you're giving up?
No, ma'am.
Are you on probation?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you are not a U.S. citizen, you will be deported?
Yes.
Have you taken any drugs, alcohol, or medication that would affect your ability to understand what's happening in court today?
No, ma'am.
I'll accept your plea, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days in jail with credit for 2 days time served. You will have to pay court costs, which will be due by August 10th of 2021. You have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court in writing, sir. Thank you.
Judge,
Yeah.
he has a fad.
He's what?
A fad. Did
A
you
fad?
any action on his
What's
out
the
on bond
fad?
case?
Oh, it's right here.
Oh, I didn't have a form, I'm sorry.
It's a reset, so.
I don't know what it is.
Is the case number?
I do have it, I just don't have a way to look it up right now. Oh, here it is. Oh, that bond's gonna be revoked. Mr. Woodard, 20 CF 8381, I'm revoking that bond. That's gonna be set at none, sir. Thank you. Ma'am, good morning. Your name?
Jessica Brink.
Ms. Brink, you're here in 20 CF 9596. You were arrested for burglary of a dwelling and battery dating violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. You're not to have any contact with the victim. You are to maintain a separate residence. You are not to possess any weapons or firearms. Do you have any questions about anything that I've ordered?
How do I go about getting my stuff from there and my cat?
You can go back one time with the police to get your things. You must call them before you go.
Okay.
I'm going to place you on pretrial release at this time, ma'am.
What does that mean? Pretrial release.
Judge, Mr. Woodard, that we gave him 2 for 2. He actually has 3 days in, so you want me to do 3 for 3? Yeah, please. Okay, that's okay.
Good morning, sir.
How you doing?
Tell me your name, please.
Willie Clayton.
Mr. Clayton, you're here in 20 CF 9597. You were arrested for neglect of a child and reckless driving. There is probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender in both of your cases. You also have 20 CF 9579. You were arrested for aggravated battery on a pregnant person, domestic violence. There's also probable cause for that offense. In 20 CF 9597, bond on count 1 will be 1,000. Bond on count 2 will be 100. And in 20 CF 9579, bond will also be $150. Sir, you're not to have any contact with the victim. You are to maintain a separate residence. You may return with the police one time to get your things if necessary. Do you have any questions about anything that I've ordered, sir?
The probable cause on the domestic violence on the pregnant woman, I don't understand the probable cause for that.
So the allegation in the police report is that you grabbed the cigarette out of her hand and her finger got burned.
I
And
know,
she's pregnant.
I understand that, but
So the battery would be you grabbing her hand.
I didn't
I'm not
grab-
saying the
I-
state
no,
can
no,
prove it.
no, no.
That's just what the facts are, sir.
No, I didn't grab her hand. I grabbed the ember of the
I
cigarette.
know, I'm not saying you did or you didn't. This
I
is what
know what you're
this is what
saying.
the police report says.
No.
Do you understand?
No, you said that I grabbed her hand. The police report don't say I grabbed her hand. I grabbed the ember of the cigarette myself, and one of the embers touched her hand. And she's saying it was the police. The police said that it's like non-visible.
But the cigarette was in her hand, so you can't touch that either. Okay? You can talk to your lawyer about any potential defenses you may have, and the state can file on whatever they want. I don't know what they're gonna do, sir. Okay? I'm not gonna take any action on your out on bond case.
Or do you want the conditions listed in both cases?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And Your Honor, both of them had no weapons and firearms.
No, just on the domestic.
Okay.
Sir, good morning. Your name?
J. Ron Kegler.
Sir, you are here in 20 CF 9581. You were arrested for battery by strangulation, domestic violence, and battery. There is probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to have any contact with the victim. You're to maintain a separate residence. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms.
Yes, ma'am.
If you need to return one time with the police to get your things, you may.
Okay, no problem.
Bond on count 1 will be 1,500. Bond on count 2 is 100. I'm not going to take any action on the out on bond case at this time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You're on the next on the list, Reyes Joseph Medical.
Mr. Matos, I'm going to appoint your office to represent him. Do you want me to waive his appearance?
Yes, Your Honor.
He has 20 MM 383. He was arrested for battery. There is probable cause. He's not to have any contact with the victim. He's to maintain a separate residence. He's not to possess any weapons or firearms. He may have a one-time return with law enforcement to get his things if needed. Also 20 CF 9570. So the Keaton charge says battery on an EMT. I didn't see where he hit the EMT, just he hit the officer, but I think it might be a matter of just hitting the wrong charge. Because in the affidavit, it says that he was arresting him for battery on a law enforcement officer.
Your Honor, if I may have just one moment.
Sure.
And Your Honor, in I think the battery on the law enforcement officer is when he threw himself into the law enforcement office.
Correct, but on the affidavit, that he wrote it up as battery on the firefighter or EMT.
And then it says et cetera, because that statute has all of them listed.
I got it. Thank you, Ms. Bush. Okay, bond will be $2,500 in that case.
The bond on the.
On the EMT.
Okay, and then the battery?
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning, tell me your name, please.
Name is Gilbert Robinson.
Mr. Robinson, you're here in 20 CF 9598. You were arrested for false imprisonment and tampering with a witness to hinder communication to law enforcement. There's probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender. You may have a one-time return with law enforcement to get your things if needed. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. Do you have any questions about the no contact order, sir?
No, ma'am.
Bond on count 1 is going to be $1,500. Bond on count 2 is $150. Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Good morning. Your name?
Shaquille Wallace.
Mr. Wallace, you're here in 20 CF 9599. You were arrested for battery by strangulation, domestic violence, tampering with a witness to hinder communication to law enforcement, and for battery domestic violence. There is probable cause. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good morning. Your name? Pardon me?
Jesse Hernandez?
Mr. Hernandez, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hernandez, do you want to have contact with Mr. Wallace?
Yes, please.
Are you afraid of him?
No.
Do you have any concerns at all about your safety if I were to allow contact between the two of you?
No, ma'am.
Do you live together?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been in a relationship?
Since December?
Have there been other instances of violence between the two of you during your relationship?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How many times?
3.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Bush, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Matos, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Wallace, at this time, you are not to have any contact with Mr. Hernandez. You are to maintain a separate residence. You are not to possess any weapons or firearms.
Yes, ma'am.
You may have a one-time return with law enforcement to get your things if needed. You're also not to possess or consume any alcohol.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to place you on pretrial release at this time, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Have a
Thank
good
you,
day.
sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. Are you Mr. Bravo?
Yes, I am.
Mr. Bravo, this is 20 MM 5819. You were arrested for battery domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Good morning. Tell me your name.
Benaria Bustamante?
Ms. Bustamante, do you want to have contact with Mr. Bravo?
Yes.
And you have 4 children?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any concerns about your children's safety or your safety if I'm to allow contact between the two of you?
No, not at all.
And how long have you been married?
We've been married for 2 years, been together for 7.
Okay. And during your relationship, have there been any instances of violence between the two of you?
No.
Ms. Bush, do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Matos?
None, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Bravo, I'm going to order that you're not to have any hostile contact with your wife. Do you understand what that means?
No, I do not.
Pardon me?
Is no hostile, I'm sorry, I don't know what that meant, sorry.
That's fine. It means that you are not to argue with her, you are not to fight with her, you are not to act aggressive in any way. You're not to act hostile toward her.
Okay.
Okay? You're also not to possess any weapons or firearms, sir. And I will place you on pretrial release at this time.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Any questions?
No, I'm good. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Good morning. Your name?
Jamari Brignoni.
Ma'am, this is 20MM5811. You were arrested for battery domestic violence. There's probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Tell me your name.
Roberto Garcia.
And sir, do you want to have contact with your wife?
Sorry?
Do you want to have contact with your
No.
wife? Pardon me?
No.
No, thank you. Ma'am, you're not to have any contact with your husband. You are to maintain a separate residence. You are not to possess any weapons or firearms. You're to comply with any DCF requests or investigation. You may have a one-time return with law enforcement to get your things if necessary. I am going to place you on pretrial release at this time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. This one, this is Court. How about Miss Coleman, Courtney Coleman?
She's medical, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Matos, do you want to waive her appearance? I'll appoint your office to.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Is Amir Makrian also medical?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll do Miss Coleman in a moment then. Are you Mr. Corral?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Corral, you are here in case number 20MM5803. You were arrested for battery domestic violence. There is probable cause. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to have any contact with the victim. You're to maintain a separate residence. You are not to possess any weapons or firearms.
Yes, ma'am.
You may have a one-time return with law enforcement to get your things if needed.
Yes,
Do
ma'am.
you have any questions about the no contact order?
No, it seems pretty straightforward.
Okay.
And she's already left my house, and I will not have contact with her ever again.
Mr. Corral, I'm going to place you on pretrial release at this time.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Coleman, and then what was the other person's name? Mr. Makrian. I'll take care of both of those. In 20MM5813, Ms. Coleman was arrested for battery dating violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender. She's not to have any contact with the victim. She's to maintain a separate residence, not possess any weapons or firearms, and may have a one-time return. I'm going to order pretrial release if she qualifies. Otherwise, her bond is $500. Mr. Makrin was arrested for battery domestic violence in 20MM5814. There's probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender. He's not to have any contact with the victim. He's to maintain a separate residence. He's not to possess any weapons or firearms. He may have a one-time return with law enforcement if needed. Again, I'll order pretrial release if qualifies. Otherwise, it's a $500 bond. Good morning. Your name?
Ms. Sismer, Tony Sismer.
Ms. Sismer, you are here in 20MM384. You were arrested for battery domestic violence. There's probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. You may have a one-time return with law enforcement to get your things if you need to. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. Do you have any questions about the no contact order?
No.
All right, ma'am. I'm going to place you on pretrial release at this time.
And what is that?
You will be supervised by the pretrial program while you're waiting for your case to go to court. You won't have to post a bond to get out of the jail today, but you will be supervised while you're in the community.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, good morning. Tell me your name, please.
Katisha Greenwood.
Miss Greenwood, you are here in case number 20MM5810. You were arrested for battery domestic violence. There's probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to have any contact with the victim. You're to maintain a separate residence. You're not to possess any weapons or any firearms, ma'am. Do you have any questions about the no contact order?
Yes, ma'am. We currently live together, even though it is my house. I've been trying to get him out, but the police tell me that I have to legally evict him because he gets mail and has clothes there, even though I tell him to leave.
Right.
So is this, I cannot go back to my house?
That's right. If he's there, you cannot go back. You can go back one time with the police to get your things, but if he's staying there, you're not allowed to be there. You will have to formally have him evicted.
So he gets to stay and I have to leave?
That's right.
Okay.
I'm going to place you on pretrial release at this time, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, your name?
Raynell Hall.
Mr. Hall, you are here in 20 MM 385. You were arrested for battery domestic violence. There is probable cause. I will appoint the public defender to represent you, sir. Good morning.
Hello.
Tell me your name, ma'am.
Connie Reedike.
Ms. Reedike, do you want to have contact with Mr. Hall?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you afraid of him?
No, ma'am.
How long have you been in a relationship?
About 4 years.
Do you live together?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have children together?
Yes, Your Honor.
How many?
One son.
How old is he?
He's 2.
Do you have any concerns about his safety or your safety if I were to allow contact between the two of you?
No, ma'am.
Have there been other instances of violence between the two of you in the past?
No, ma'am.
Any questions, Ms. Bush?
Just one, Your Honor. Good morning. Was your son present during this incident?
He was in another room behind a closed door, so he didn't see anything that happened.
Okay, thank you very much.
No
I have no
questions.
further questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
No questions from the defense, Your Honor.
Mr. Hall, I'm going to order that you're not to have any hostile contact with Ms. Rydick. Do you understand what that means?
No, ma'am.
It means that you are not to act aggressive toward her in any way. You are not to act disrespectful toward her or argue with her.
Yes, ma'am.
You are not to possess any weapons or any firearms.
Yes, ma'am.
You're also not to possess or consume any alcohol or controlled substances without a valid prescription.
Yes, ma'am.
Your bond is $1,000, sir. Thank you. Ma'am, good morning. Your name?
Daphne Martinez.
Ms. Martinez, this is 20 MM 5800. You were arrested for battery domestic violence. There's probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. You are not to have any contact with the victim. You are to maintain a separate residence. You may have a one-time return with law enforcement to get your things if needed. You are not to possess any weapons or firearms.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions about anything that I've ordered?
So the victim in this case is residing with my mother. Is it okay if I live at my current address? If I go back to the home?
You can't live there if that person is there.
No, she does. She moved completely out and took all her things, her belongings.
Okay, then you can be there.
Okay.
As long as that person's not there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? I'm going to place you on pretrial release at this time.
Sir, good morning.
Good morning.
Your name?
Roger Watts.
Mr. Watts, you're here in 20MM 674. You were arrested for battery, domestic violence, as well as 20MM 675 for resisting officer without violence. There's probable cause for that offense as well. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you in both cases. Ma'am, good morning.
Good morning.
Could you tell me your name, please?
Quanisha Lewis.
You're going to need to come closer to the microphone, ma'am. I can't hear you. What's your name?
Quanisha Lewis.
Miss Lewis. Do you want to have contact with Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Are you afraid of him?
No.
How long have you been in a relationship together?
Since April of this year.
Okay. Do you have any children together?
We have one coming.
You're pregnant now?
Mm-hmm.
You have 3 children from a prior relationship?
I have 4 from another one.
Okay. Do you have any concerns? Do they all live with you?
Yeah, all my kids stay with me. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any concerns about any of their safety if you were to have contact with Mr. Watts?
Yeah, I want to have contact.
Right, but what I'm asking you is if you have any concerns about your
Oh,
children's
no.
safety?
No.
No?
No.
During the course of your 4-month relationship, have there been any instances of violence between the two of you?
No.
Ms. Bush, do you have any questions for the witness?
Only one. Miss Lewis, were any of the children present for this incident?
No. No, ma'am.
Thank you. I have no further questions, ma'am.
No questions from the defense, Your Honor.
Mr. Watts, I'm going to order that you're not to have any hostile contact with Ms. Lewis. Do you understand what that means?
No, ma'am, could you explain to me?
Yes, sir. It means that you are not to act aggressive toward her in any way. You're not to argue or you raise your voice, that type of behavior. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
You're also not to possess any weapons or firearms. And I'm going to place you on pretrial release at this time, as to both cases. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Anything else? Sir, good morning. Your name?
Alan Newman.
I'm sorry, tell me again?
Alan Newman.
Mr. Newman,
Last one, if traffic.
you are here in 20 CT 4870. You were arrested for driving while license suspended with knowledge. There is probable cause. Ms. Bush, did you have Mr. Newman's driving record?
I do, Your Honor. I'm trying to go through it right now, Your
Sure.
Honor.
So, Mr. Newman, I was just looking at your driving record to see if it might be a possibility to take care of your case today, but it looks like you have 2 convictions for driving while license suspended back in 2016. So this would be your 3rd one within 5 years, which would have some collateral or negative consequences for you. So you're probably going to want to talk to a lawyer about what you can do with your license before you go back to court.
Okay.
Okay? And I'm going to release you on your own recognizance at this time, sir. Just make sure you follow up with the public defender about your case and appear at your next court date.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. And don't drive without a valid driver's license.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Your Honor, Fry Jennifer Bundy.
Okay.
Next on the
Gonzalez?
list, Gonzalez. He refused court.
All right, that's 20 CT 4868 and 20 CT 4669. He was arrested for operating a car without a valid driver's license and DUI. There's probable cause for the offenses. I'll appoint a public defender to represent him. He's not to possess or consume any controlled substances or alcohol. or drive without a valid driver's license. Bond on count 1 is 500, bond on count 2, or bond on count 1 will be 100, bond on count 2 will be 500. Mr. Ranking?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Ranking, you're here in 20 CT 1244. You failed to appear for a status hearing related to a moped tag. Do you want to go ahead and take care of that case today, sir?
Ma'am, I would like to, but just recently, I was here last week and I bonded out. And the charges that I was here on last week was newer than these charges here. I wouldn't have never missed a court date, but they had locked us. Remember we got locked down for the coronavirus?
Yeah.
And I could never get in touch with nobody for no court date. I don't be missing no court dates. I just bonded out last week and was out like 6 days. And I had sold my girl car and everything for me to get out and to pay on the room that we in. And right now it's like I don't know what to do. Cause I can't really like be here right now because my girl need help. And
Okay,
I
you're not, let's stop, just, Mr. Rankin, just wait a second, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're not staying. But I did just look, so these two traffic cases that you have, 20 CT 1147 and 1146, one is operating a car, oh, it's a valid driver, it said no valid. Not a Willis, okay.
It wasn't even no car. It was a regular bicycle that you put a motor on. I was fixing the carburetor for somebody. I'm a small guy.
No, I know, but what I'm asking you, Mr. Rankin, just listen. What I'm asking you is do you want to enter pleas to those cases today and they'll be done?
I would like it for them to be done, but I don't want to be stuck in jail because my girl need my help.
Why would you be stuck? You're not going to be stuck in jail.
Well, yeah.
I'm not revoking your case that you're talking about, the one that you just bonded on. I don't have a reason to do that. And then you're going to enter a plea to the driving without a valid driver's license and the moped tag.
You have 2? I have 3 cases.
You have 3?
Yeah, there's 1146, 1147, and then the 1244.
Oh, there is a driving license suspended. But he's ROR'd on that case.
Yes.
Okay.
He's RR'd on both cases.
But not on the
Not on the
FTA
1146.
for the no valid. Ms. Bush, did you want to make an offer on the tag case and the no valid, or did you want him to plead to the court?
Your Honor, I'm trying to figure out what the status hearing that this is set, well, it was actually set for status last week. And I didn't know if that was because the court was going to give him an opportunity to get a valid driver's license. So barring that, the state would make an offer, Your Honor, and it would be an adjudication of guilt. For both of those, it'd be credit time served. I need to see if there are any other costs involved.
Thank you, Ms. Bush. All right, so Mr. Rankin, you have the 3 traffic cases.
Yes, ma'am.
Today, the state has offered to take care of the moped tag case and then the driving without a valid driver's license case. You'd be adjudicated guilty, given credit for time served. She's looking to see if there's any additional costs that may be associated. You still have that outstanding driving while licensed suspended case. The judge set that at a $500, or no, it's an ROR, wasn't it?
Yes, Judge, and the moped tag is also an RR.
Right, but he should just take care of that today.
Okay.
And so then the driving while licensed suspended case that you have that's still pending, the judge on the habeas is going to release you ROR on that. So you, any other hold? No. So you would be released today.
Okay, thank you.
Is that what you want to do?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, she's looking to see if there's any cost. Did you read the plea form before court this morning?
Yes.
2 days in each.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, did you have any questions about any of the rights on the plea form?
No, ma'am.
Are you on probation?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand if you're not a U.S. citizen that this plea will subject you to deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you taken any drugs, alcohol, or medication that would affect your ability to understand what's happening in court today?
No, ma'am.
All right. Ms. Bush, do you still need a minute?
No, there are no other costs, and Your Honor, he is pleading to 1146 and 1244.
That's correct.
Hey, Your Honor, I've been trying to work on a way to get my license.
Right.
And, this incident that we're talking about right now, I was never driving a vehicle or nothing like that. I'm a small gas engine mechanic, and a friend of mine had one of the bikes that you put the motor on. I was fixing his carburetor, and when I was ironing his carburetor up, because if you don't have the gas and the air going right through the carburetor, it's not gonna work correctly. And that's how I get caught up in all this.
I understand, but listen to me. If you may have a defense. I don't know. You have to talk to a lawyer about that. You're certainly welcome to do that. Otherwise, if you just think it's in your best interest to continue with the plea today, you could do that as well.
I just want to get it over with.
Okay. Mr. Rankin, have you taken any drugs, alcohol, or medication that would affect your ability to understand what's happening in court today?
No, ma'am.
All right, so in 20 CT 1244, I'll accept your plea, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days in jail. You have credit for 2 days time served. And then in 20 CT 1446, I will accept your plea, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days in jail with credit for 2 days time served. You are going to have to pay court costs, which are going to be due by August 10th of 2021. You have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court in writing. Do we need to give him a court date? Because it was a status hearing?
Yes, he does.
All right, so Mr. Rankin, I'm going to give you a court date for that driving the license suspended case. You need to make sure you're at that, otherwise you're going to get another warrant for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what division is that?
And you're, should be 82, but let me double check, because it's not listed on here.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, you're speaking of 1147?
Yes.
It appears that 1147 looked like it was a companion case to 1146, Your Honor.
Yeah, all of them was together.
Because I'm showing both of them were status hearings. Actually, all three were set for status hearings on August 6th.
82.
I had no knowledge of them.
So I'm trying to find out if these are all connected, because they came into our office at the same time. They all came in on March 6th. And 1146 and 1147 are sequential numbers.
Right.
So it sounds like they
was all together. He just gave me a
that's-
citation with tickets.
Because it was a notice. It started off as a notice to appear. The 1147, no 1146.
No, I think what Ms. Bush is getting at is that he probably wants to just resolve them all at the same time.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. Okay, so just completely disregard everything that I just said. And we're gonna keep everything the same.
So he's cleaning out.
So he's gonna have to pay that $500 bond on the no valid.
Okay.
So just say everything.
Okay.
So this is what just happened, Mr. Ranking. Because all of the cases happened at the same time, or appears maybe arise out of the same incident because they came in together, it wouldn't be in your best interest to resolve a couple of them today because your admission could be used against you in the other case, okay? So I'm just not gonna take any action on anything. 2 of the cases you were set for ROR. The third one has a $500 bond that you'll have to pay.
But I ain't got no money right now, man. My girl, we stay in a hotel. I'm working in a day Labor Day force thing, and then on top of that, Your Honor, I was just here last week, and we spent the extra little money we had for me to bond out.
What's this, Division 82? All right. Mr. Ranking.
Cause at that time, if they would have put this with the other charges that I had, I could have bonded out, and then I would have been set with that, and I could have just had me a court date.
Ms. Bush.
Yes, Your Honor. The state just wanted clarification as to why he cannot enter a plea to all three.
Well, he has several driving while license suspended convictions within
Okay,
the last
all
5
right,
years.
I understand, okay.
That's why I didn't include that one.
But I was not driving, Your Honor, that's what I'm saying.
Right, I know what you're saying, but
So it sounds like he's got a defense as well, so.
I just don't have.
That's
and
why
it won't drop off until September and October.
Yes, Your Honor. I see that now.
So, Mr. Rankin, I'm going to actually modify the KPS. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance in that matter as well. I'm going to give you a court date.
Yes, ma'am.
All right? I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt here, sir, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on everything that you just explained to me about your situation.
Yes, ma'am.
All right? And I'm going to trust and believe that you're going to find yourself in court when you're supposed to be there.
Oh, I'm going. I don't miss court dates like that.
Okay. So, again, and I would plan ahead because of COVID, you know, everything gets pushed or there seems to be a lot of confusion. So I would make sure I know exactly where I need to be, when I need to be there in advance, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'm going to give you this court date. It's going to be September 14th at 10:30 in the morning. That's with Judge Dubois. You're in Division 82.
Okay.
Follow up with the public defender to figure out where you need to be and how you're going to appear.
Yes, ma'am.
All right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Well, I made that way harder than it needed to be.
And Your Honor, they're all ROR?
Yes.
Megan,
Thanks for your patience, everyone.
it's medical, Your Honor.
Who is?
But see,
I'm sorry.
Megan,
Okay. So, Mr. Matos,
Yes, ma'am?
are you all not filing the waivers any longer on the Division 50 cases?
So with the waivers, it's in our office, but I don't file them directly. So I only know when I get the notes of them. So if you guys don't have it filed, then it hasn't been filed.
And Your Honor, who is this that we're on now?
Megan Maddies, the arraignments.
Nafis,
Okay, may I have just a moment to go
Sure.
to, get to the arraignments, Your Honor?
she is medical, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you.
And Your Honor, that would have been a no offer. It's a Division 50 case, violent victim crime.
Right. That's why I was asking about the waiver of arraignment in the written plea of not guilty. And the other arraignment we have is a stalking, which would be the same situation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Because it's not the divisions that filed, Henry would file.
Mr. Matos, in 20 MM 172, would you like to enter a plea of not guilty at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, that's a Division 50 case. Pretrial conference is going to be at 2:30 on September 14th. It's in front of Judge Shoemaker, courtroom 7C.
And Your Honor, that was 7C as in Charlie?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And then in 20 MM 4443, that is William Rivera. Are you Mr. Rivera?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir, you are represented by the public, or actually you're not. Do you have a lawyer representing you?
No.
Would you like the public defender to be appointed?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Matos, would you like to enter a plea of not guilty at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Rivera, I'm going to give you a court date of September 14th. It's going to be at 2:30 p.m. It's in front of Judge Shoemaker in courtroom 7C.
All right, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
No problem.
All right, and then on the add-on, how about Mr. Jackson?
He's medical, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Jackson is an out-of-county case from Polk County at this time. He's to remain under his current bond conditions until transportation resumes or further investigation.
Waiving his appearance?
Yes. Are you Mr. Taylor?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How you doing, Your Honor?
I'm doing okay, thank you.
This is Mr. Taylor's?
Yes.
Ask her if she can. What you might want to do is, when you see your docket, for instance, you see Division 50 cases. If she doesn't send an email out that says she's done it,
Mr. Taylor, do you have your plea form with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Great, perfect. Thank you.
Yep.
do you have Mr. Taylor's?
Mr. Taylor. Christopher.
We're just getting your lawyer on the phone, Mr. Taylor.
Awesome. Yes, ma'am. Your Honor,
Yes, sir?
they have the two case numbers on this plea form, but when we had posted my bond in June, somehow Volusia County had added two different case numbers to the Orange County system. So it actually shows in the Orange County Jail that I have 4 Volusia County holds instead of 2. There are 2 from 2019, and then I believe when they actually filed the warrants, they created 2020 case numbers. Mr. Good, my attorney, is aware of the situation. I just wanted to try and bring it to your attention to see if we could address those issues today as well. I mean, I've only ever caught 2 charges in Volusia County.
Okay, just give me 1 second. I'm going to get Mr. Good on the phone as well, and
Okay.
we'll be able to get that figured out, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Super. Thank you.
You're welcome. Good morning. Mr. Good, are you on the phone?
Yes, this is Ethan Good.
Mr. Good, I'm sorry if I said your name incorrectly.
That's okay.
Good, all right. I have Mr. Taylor present on the video.